All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this week's episode of Extra Credit Play Saturday Edition. Tonight we are having some control issues. Joining me, as always, is some very, very important people. First off, the man who will one day dig my grave. We have Castle the Gravedigger. How you doing, buddy?
And you never know when it's gonna be, is it?
One never knows.
No. Could be tomorrow. Could be next week. Could be 50 years.
I shudder. I shudder. Yep. So we're playing some Control. We did this last week, and actually, you guys showed up for it, and I do appreciate it.
It's still kind of janky.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
I am the milkman. My
It's gonna be
milk
like
is
it's
delicious.
gonna be like last week.
Oh, okay, that was a little bit too loud. How you doing, Sharon? How you doing, sub extraordinaire?
Oh, I'm doing all right. And, well, all right is an operative term. Old jackhammer injury decided to give me some grief today, so I got the back brace on.
Ooh.
Yeah, lesson learned from me, kids. Yeah, if your coworker in a construction site says you either lift the jackhammer out of the foundation or you pay for a new jackhammer out of your paycheck, pay for the new jackhammer.
Yes, it's either pay for the new jackhammer or pay for a new back.
Basically.
Yep, so we gotta go to Blackrock processing the access. So let's alright. Oh, there's a way to Blackrock processing, okay. It's guntastic.
Oh
You
yeah.
know gun flu though?
I know Gun Fu.
I know. 'Cause
See,
I
Cat
know-
forgets it.
I know how to lift things with my mind.
You're a psychic, Harry.
I'm a psycho mantis.
You're a lizard, Harry.
A lizard? I mean, am I not like turtle enough for like the Turtle Club?
You're a wizard lizard, Harry.
I'm a what? No. My
A
favorite.
lizard.
One of my favorite memes is like, "Your unit of power, Harry." I'm a what?
Exactly.
Oui, bagage, je le peux.
Alright, we're going to Blackrock.
Can we make sure that they have to pay a little bit extra for some repair bills? Because Lord knows that they have the money to spare.
Alright, so. Alright. So that's where I'm supposed to go. Continue towards Blackrock processing. Alright, that didn't work. That's actually a bit of a fall.
So I bought a microphone off Amazon
Oh,
today,
why did you do that, sir?
and I know it. And I'm gonna
Why do you
see.
hate yourself.
I'm gonna see if I can put it in my mask, and speak clearly on videos now.
That'd be interesting.
That'd be
That way-
kind of wild.
Yeah, that way I can put it in the beak of my mask, and that way
Oh, like the peanut teacher.
yeah, because that was one complaint of like a lot of videos was like it was very like it was kind of muffled, and I'm like, well, yeah, I'm wearing a mask, I guess, yeah, so
That's what happens.
So hopefully I can throw that in there. It'll sound a little bit better because I'm planning on doing some. Planning on revitalizing my channel. I haven't really. I've kind of let it sit there and die, and I'm gonna do some more stuff. So I've been getting some like good equipment, like microphones and stuff, and new stand for the camera and all that.
I mean, I'm right there with you, Caster. I've had a Twitch channel and a YouTube channel for years, and I did a couple of things with the Twitch channel, but I've basically done nothing with either of them for at least a year.
Yeah, I hardly do anything with like my Twitch channel. It's just a rebroadcast. That's all really I do.
Yeah. Because I used to, I did, like, when a couple years, like not a couple years ago, it'd be like, shit, like 5 years ago. Holy shit. One of the early things I did on my channel was I would review ReZero episodes as they came out.
Really?
Do like a little recap and kind of discussion video of like what I think would happen next and all that. Just me talking into the camera for like 5-10 minutes. You're just kind of spouting about the episode. So if it was a really good episode, I'd be like, holy crap, guys, did you see what happened? And kind of fanboying, through the whole thing. And I really enjoyed it. They didn't really do really well, but I enjoyed making them. And so I'm gonna try to do. I got to go back and watch the second season so I can get so I can remember it. Yeah. What you said. And and then I'm gonna watch season 3 and do the like a season 3 reaction videos, like one at a time of the episodes.
I'm actually, since Nick and I kind of did a little brainstorming session the other day, I'm thinking of focusing my Twitch channel between gameplay streams and realistically, I'm hoping to do a D&D live stream and then use YouTube for the VODs. But I was also planning on doing some other stuff with the YouTube channel on top of it. So.
See, I'm planning on getting me a new laptop because my computer is just, I don't know, I need a shit for some reason.
Before you do that, look at getting into a Linux distro because realistically,
yeah, what he said.
Yeah, because that will give your laptop a whole lot more life.
It will.
What is it now?
Linux.
Yeah, Linux,
Alright.
but they refer to their operating systems as distros.
Yeah, look into stuff like Ubuntu. Like, you need a lightweight operating system.
Okay.
My personal recommendation is Mint, mainly because it's one of the most stable. It's open source. And there's a lot of tutorials on how to get a clean Linux Mint download, how to upload it, how to get it set up. So you wouldn't be completely in the dark.
All right.
Yeah.
So we do have our first commenter. Sharon, could you do the honors?
Dave the Impaler says, this game any good?
I enjoy it. I played through it before. I thought it was pretty good.
And it's also part of the Alan Wake series. So if you are familiar at all with Alan Wake or even Alan Wake 2, this is technically within that same universe.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. That's actually something that I'm looking into right now, Caster, which is getting my hands on specifically Linux Mint Cinnamon, which is kind of like their best distro that they've ever made.
Sounds delicious.
I think I know the puzzle.
Cool.
See, I've never worked with Linux, so that's just like alien technology to me.
I mean, that's fair, but thankfully, as with most open source platforms and programs, a lot of people spend serious time making like tutorials and walkthroughs for people who are just getting into it.
Mhm.
And I've got a few friends who are in like cybersecurity and archive sort of stuff. And their operating system of choice is Linux, especially since you can take an old computer or old laptop and give it a brand spanking new life by uploading it into it because you essentially control the updates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Now, how is it on performance?
That actually depends on you.
Hmm.
oh, so
So,
this is okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at like the stuff here.
yeah, no
Okay, so
worries. Um,
all right.
so realistically, one of the major block points of Linux early in the days was that it was mostly like only a good operating system for like office or data management type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But as it has been more popularized nowadays, um, realistically, it's practically just as good as Windows or Apple. Matter of fact, Mint has an ability to basically imitate whatever operating system you are familiar with, so long as you set it up properly.
Hmm.
All right, so that's there. That's there.
And most programs, you'll still have to do research for certain individual programs. But as far as I'm aware, most programs available this day can be supported by Linux.
All right. I'm pretty sure I had to just get them to match here. I thought that's what I had to do.
Now, when it comes to security, what do you all use?
So, I don't know about Nick, but I tend to use a cleaner program like CC Cleaner, Malwarebytes, Virus
no,
Scan.
CC Cleaner is tainted. Don't use CC Cleaner.
Oh, they got ruined.
Yeah, they've been ruined for a little bit. But yeah.
Well, still,
CC Cleaner used to be a great program, though.
yeah. Still, I'd suggest doing your research. There's a lot of people on YouTube who can help you.
Hmm.
But I would genuinely recommend having access to a personal VPN, a cleaner program, and
As
a
far as-
virus scanning program.
Yeah, I can't recommend VPNs enough. I personally use Multiblad. That's my personal favorite.
Multiblad.
Yeah, it's a European one, but it's really good. It got recommended to me by like the VPN communities on Reddit.
Okay.
Oh, we got channel member JB in the chat. What's he saying?
Yeah, JB says he's got a dog and a pistol for security. Based.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. That's more of
Dave
analog
the
security.
Impaler- Yep. Dave the Impaler says the Linus operating system, you can get it for peanuts. I'm assuming you meant Linux,
Out!
but yeah.
Out!
just don't ask him for any tech tips. Otherwise,
Yes.
otherwise he'll try and sell you some D brand crap.
Exactly.
I used to be a
aside
fan
from-
of his.
Yeah. A lot of people used to be. But yeah, other than those three main programs, the only other thing that I would personally recommend is an information deleting software system. Basically, nowadays, information and identities is the main currency. So if you've got one of those while you're browsing around, they'll go back and clean up all your data so that you don't get your data sold out to people who sell your information out to ad agencies.
Yeah,
and
see,
predatory style companies.
this is what they call OPSEC, operational security.
Yeah.
Like another one is to have a burner email.
Yes. But realistically, outside of those three, unless you're running a serious outfit, you don't really need to have too much more than that.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted it for like, streaming and stuff like that.
Oh, then yeah, a clean program, a virus scan program, and a VPN program will be more than enough for what you want to do.
Yeah.
When it comes to particular brands, I generally will tell people to do their own sort of research, mainly because, while yes, there are clear good and bad brands out there, beyond that, it generally just becomes a matter of preference.
Yeah. Ooh. Gotcha. Whew. But yeah, I do enjoy this game. It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Now, Caster, are you thinking of running any sort of emulation on there? Or any sort of serious emulation, I should say?
Do not know.
Because if you're just running your major launchers, aka Steam, GOG, and Epic, I wouldn't recommend anything beyond that.
But if you're gonna
But
do
if you're
PC
running-
games, you need to look into Proton.
Yes. But if you're looking at doing anything in terms of emulation, if you're going past 2 or 3 emulators, you're gonna need a front end. I'm sure Nick would recommend RetroArch.
RetroArch,
personally-
Emulation Station, Batacera.
I personally would recommend Launchbox, especially since the new version is a lot more clean.
The problem is a lot of these like game launchers, they just run on top of RetroArch anyway, so it's like you're using it anyway, so might just go there.
Yeah, but I just prefer I prefer Launchbox because it has the big box, which basically allows you to run your particular system like it's a Steam client where you can basically choose your games through the controller and it will all kind of operate off of that. Like if you were going to do a full-on, emulation station sort of stuff.
Alright, we have the Reaper King in chat.
Hey, thanks for bringing down that.
Oh,
Again,
crap.
if you didn't pray enough. Weeps, nobody tell them I'm here. Also, hit the like.
What do I tell him? The truth is harsh, but...
You don't tell me what to do.
The Hiss are everywhere. Most of the Bureau is lost. We need Blackrock prisoners
We'll hit
to
the like
protect
when we're good.
survivors in the safe rooms.
Yeah,
And
I've
ready,
already checked our
Reaper.
Black Rock lab.
you hit the like.
To recap,
Yes, all the
disaster,
likes.
Imminent destruction.
Yeah.
Another day at the FBC. Darling's lab is just past Blackrock processing. I got good news and I got bad news on that front. Good
So
news
Caster,
is,
how's it feel to actually hear the dialogue?
bad news is a Hiss monster has decided.
I can't.
Wait, you guys can't hear it?
It's kind of
That's what the
whispery.
Ranger said.
It's like how it was last week, where it was like jittery and you can't hear the dialogue.
Keep coming.
Right. I could.
Salvador would know what to do, but apparently...
I literally have no idea what's going on. All I know is shoot, shoot, die, die, puzzle, puzzle, talk scene,
Alright, let me. Alright.
He took a security team into the
How's that,
containment center
better?
just before the lockdown happened, and well, no one's seen him since.
A lot less jittery.
At least we got you, our fearless leader.
They shouldn't rely on
It's like if you had the door closed and your parents were like mildly arguing.
how I failed.
Alright.
Yes.
You don't know. We don't know what it's about, but you think you're gonna.
You should
It's
take your
the divorce is
position
because of
as
you.
executive. You can regroup.
So this is like a really conspiracy heavy
You're
game.
kind of used to them.
Here's my question
I
for you
think
guys. Also, you
You
guys
should
in
have
the
put a
chat.
bullet in that thing for me.
What is your favorite conspiracy theory?
I think my personal favorite, just because there's so much stuff on it, is the Inner Earth conspiracy. Like, I don't know how far you guys like to research your stuff. There's one particular
was
guy
okay
that I
about
like to
that
go to for
monster.
like my overview of it. His name's Mr. Mythos.
Okay.
And yeah, he's got like 6 or 7 videos, each almost a half an hour to an hour long, on Inner Earth conspiracies alone.
You showed me the HRA when I first got here. And the machine.
So for the uninitiated, what is the Inner Earth
And look how they
conspiracy?
find a prism.
I'm sure a lot of people are more or less familiar with it, even if they don't call it that. But it's basically the idea
Hollow
that
Earth?
I was about yes.
Sorry.
Basically,
Sorry.
we live on top. Yeah, we live on top of a crust, and
Shit.
the inside of the Earth
They're
is hollow,
shattered.
and in that hollow there is
Not a single
another
prism left. What the fuck?
smaller planet that is full of life, whether it be extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional, prehistoric. We're not entirely sure. Stories tend to vary.
I thought we all lived in a yellow submarine.
That would be the Beatles conspiracy theory.
So what's holding up the crust if it's completely hollow?
Pizza. That's the whole name of the cross.
Again, they're not entirely sure. Depends on the particular story. Some of them will say things like centripetal force. Something
Alright, we
people
have
will
some
say
comments.
it's magic holding it up. Others will say it's art. Okay. Black Reaper Kai's favorite is the killing of JFK, which is no longer a conspiracy,
What do you mean?
by the way.
What do you mean?
Those
We already
files were
know
released.
who killed JFK, they just need to release the files, and the files basically know everything we know, except for like maybe
Let's
one or
hurry
two
up and
things
find
that
Darling's lab.
we weren't curious about, and I don't know what those are.
Oh, okay, that sounds rather weird.
The CIA.
Yes, the CIA killed JFK because he was a liability to their plans at the time.
Yeah, Lee Harvey Oswald, even like he had a hand in it, but it's very clear the CIA were setting him up. Like he was doing missions for like a CIA guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they released those papers like a week or two ago. Yeah.
Oh.
We call these areas thresholds.
Yeah, that's why we said it's no longer a conspiracy theory. Yeah, it's like yeah, it's confirmed. The CIA is the one who did
You
it.
heard that too, right?
Yep.
Matter.
Black rock comes
Dave the
from
Impaler
threshold.
says simulated
Party.
universe.
So
Yeah.
Which-
the prisms
Matrix.
must be
That's
there
another
too.
really good one.
Yeah.
Black Reaper Kai also wanted to add the Illuminati as well, which technically they are and they aren't a conspiracy theory. It depends
Depends on like how deep you
on
wanna
what
go
time
with
period
it.
you're looking at and what group of people. Exactly.
Yeah, because there
Um,
are Illuminati type organizations, you know, like Bilderberg, the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
And the Illuminati did exist at one point in what we know it to be the Illuminati. It's just that they
The Freemasons.
well,
Everything here is crazy.
actually no. The Illuminati was a different
Weird, but
organization.
It feels
Huh.
right.
They had a little bit of
How the world
crossover,
should
but
be.
the Illuminati were
I am
an
in an
entirely different
infinite
organization.
Building leading to different
Probably one of my
dimensions,
more
and
favorite
I never
modern
want to leave,
conspiracies.
even with all the
Sure, but
nothing
let me
else-
catch up on the
Okay. Yeah,
Happy.
yeah, go ahead.
let me catch up on the comments here real
It
quick.
feels sane.
Dave the Impaler said, I remember people claim Tolkien visited Inner Earth and basically what he saw. Yes, that is one of the stories. Black Reaper Kai says, no, he was the fall guy in response to the JFK, CIA killed JFK. Which, most likely he was a small guy. Okay, so continue on then.
The whole Epstein didn't kill himself stuff, because it's so freaking obvious that there's foul play involved. It's like, I don't know what the actual thing is, but it is so freaking obvious that some stuff was going on. It's
kind of like it's weird that all a perfect storm of events happened, where it's like he was left alone, which he wasn't supposed to be. He wasn't supposed to have. He was supposed to have a cellmate, but he didn't. The security guards left. Just as when he died, the cameras weren't working. All that kind. It's just like No, he was a very high profile individual with a lot of dirt on a lot of people.
And not only that, they concluded that he hung himself when he was way too tall to be able to do that properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, they actually showed you like the actual bed and stuff. That thing is low to the ground. There's no way he like. I don't know. And then they were saying it was autoerotic asphyxiation. I was like, yeah, I don't think he was that hard up in prison.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, even if he was like willingly leaning forward to try and choke himself, there comes a point where you pass out, and he would lean back and instantly start breathing again. There's no way he could, self-delete using that method.
Yeah. Then Black River Guy says, "Are they a shadow government or a protection of ancient secrets of the world?" Talking about the Illuminati?
The
Illuminati.
I see. I want to talk about shadow governments, but that would be getting a little bit too political. Oh God, what the heck?
So
my God!
And then
Whoa.
Dave the Impaler says, "Some claim the CIA worked with the Mafia and the Russians because all three had it in for JFK." That's kind of interesting because I always thought it was a mob hit because his father
Object of power.
was
How do you think it got
well known to be had ties with the mob, and I always thought it was a mob hit because remember JFK, his son, was cracking down on the Mafia at this time. So, I guess they got pissed off that a guy that they knew, his son is actually, making it hard for business. So I always assumed it was a mob hit. But yeah, so I mean, it could be all three working together. Hell, you never know.
Yeah, and to touch real quick on the Illuminati, again, it depends on which part of the conspiracy story you want to talk about, because yes, the Illuminati actually existed. No, they were not a secret cabal of shadow government. They existed in the Renaissance era, and they were alchemists. That was what the Illuminati at that time was concerned with, was actually alchemy and unraveling its secrets. If you're looking at that time, the closest comparison would actually have been the Hellfire Club, which Benjamin Franklin was a part of. Which is also how the Illuminati got its ties towards Freemasonry, because not only was Benjamin Franklin a member of the Hellfire Club, he was also a member of the Freemasons, and he was simultaneously a member of the Illuminati, but mainly because he was way too curious for his own good.
I feel like we're getting into Marvel Comics right now.
Yeah, we are.
Illuminati, Hellfire Club, yeah.
Well, to be fair, a lot of our fiction is based off of reality.
Oh, yeah.
And in many cases, reality is stranger than fiction.
Yeah. Okay, this is the part where I really don't like Control, because their keyboard controls, when it's shooting, it's fine, but some of the, it has so many different powers, it can get a little
Okay, then Black River Guy continues with which leads to the Illuminati. What did he know was no longer needed, or he knew too much. What secrets they do keep. I also think George Washington was the founder of it. And then Dave Impaler says Benjamin Franklin was getting it on with Emma Frost. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
But
Oh, she's coming to Marvel Rivals, by the way, as a tank.
As a tank.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, because she can turn herself into Diamond, right?
yes.
Yeah. So yeah, she's coming as that's what I heard. She's coming as a tank. I was like, that's awesome. But anyways,
If you want to talk about the modern day equivalent of the Illuminati, you're going to actually be looking more at things like robber barons, hyper-rich merchants, technocrats, those kinds of people.
Yeah, exactly.
Rothschilds.
Piss, keep up with me now.
Rothschilds was probably the Illuminati of the days
Well,
of
the
the
Rothschilds are
barons.
pretty simple. They just controlled it through banking. That's hardly a conspiracy.
Yeah.
You know, they just held on to the king's bank. It's really not even a conspiracy. It's just, you know.
And then Black River Guy says saucy.
Yeah.
Oh, and I dare you, Net Games. I dare you to bring us Emma Frost, bad guy Emma Frost. I want White Queen Emma Frost in my damn game. You cowards. I want that corset and cape and everything. Yeah, bring me that.
I mean, knowing that it's Marvel Rivals, I'm sure they'll do it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I know how people today get scared when they see a little skin. Oh my god. I can see her ankles.
Oh no, the horror.
I know the horror. Oh my god.
Like, remember how people
But,
freaked out over the Malice skin for Sue?
Oh, they freaked out, but in a good way. Hell, I bought that skin. I said, you know what? I'm doing it.
Money in the bank.
Money in the bank, yep.
Yeah. Also, if you guys are interested, I did drop Mr. Mythos's channel in the chat. And yeah, I double checked it. Just Inner Earth alone has about 7.5 hours worth of content across 8 different videos.
Okay. I that's actually pretty interesting. I'll actually check that out because that seems kind of interesting. So what do they think? It's like some kind of Dyson sphere?
Yes and no. So the thing behind a Dyson sphere is it's basically like a giant planet-sized computer.
Yeah.
Essentially, what it is it's basically the same idea of flat Earth, but instead you basically take the reverse side of the Earth and you basically mold it back together. And there are various points throughout the world via caves, various Earth openings. It's even theorized that there's one in Antarctica where you can basically drop through the Earth's crust and then end up in the inner Earth where there's just all this other crazy stuff.
Well, what about light? Wouldn't there light be needed?
Yes, and while I don't think that they specified how it is, there is light in there. It could be, you know, that's how, you know, people are like, oh, the Earth has a core. Maybe, according to them, maybe it has an inner sun. Maybe it has like a giant crystal moon. Like every story is different, but it has a lot of commonalities, which basically groups it into that basically conspiracy grouping known as Inner Earth.
Yeah. To me, it's really interesting because it sounds like, you know, Jules Verne, you know, Journey to the Center of the Earth kind of stuff, Land of the Lost.
Jules Verne was actually one of the people that will often get quoted as an Inner Earth conspiracist.
Now, was he, or was he just making fiction?
That's kind of the arguments, because unfortunately you can never really like some people can profess that they believe it in order to help sell their books. Some people might deny it to people's faces, but in personal, they believe it themselves. A lot of, basically, the anti-Earth, inner-Earth conspiracists say, no, Jules Verne was just making fiction. He knew it didn't exist. While the inner-Earth conspiracists believe that, oh, he believed in it. He's been there. He was writing about his actual experiences. So,
And I've always heard that too about Jules Verne, that his books were basically autobiography because, how good they were. Like 10,000 Leagues, 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
They literally made a show about it. They called The Secret Adventures of Jules Verne, under the premise that Jules Verne merely recorded the adventures he had.
Okay, yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. I've heard that before too, where it's like he actually went 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea and went to the center of the earth and all that stuff.
Yeah, because Jules Verne predicted like stuff like the computer. Like if you read The Time Machine, a lot of his technological predictions ended up coming true.
Yeah.
Dave the Impaler says there's a great channel called The Y-Files that delves into a lot of these conspiracies. They debunk some and give credence to others.
Okay.
He also mentioned the hollow moon. The moon probably isn't a natural formation.
I've heard that too.
Answer that for you, Dave. It isn't a natural formation. It is actually the result of the Earth back during its days as a volcanic planet. Basically, no life was able to be on this Earth. Our Earth collided with a separate planetoid, and
It was
the
an
resulting-
asteroid. Basically, the long and short of it is, when Earth was still a magma mess, an asteroid hit Earth. Some of the magma went into space, and that formed the moon.
Exactly what he.
Sorry, you were
Said.
kind of being a little bit long-winded with it.
Everybody knows that I'm a bit of a windbag.
Yeah, I mean, C.A. Pence is a tool bag, so you're all good.
Well, I mean, we're here for several hours, so buckle in, duckies. I mean,
Oh yeah,
This
is a long haul podcast.
Yeah, it's long haul, so I mean, plus it's good, good content, good for discussion.
Oh, I agree. I got one. I got one.
Yeah.
So, there's a conspiracy theory that PETA is controlled opposition, or they are formed to make vegans look bad.
I've heard that one too.
I've heard that one, but considering how absolutely wild, crazy they are, how
Honestly, I believe it.
fanatical they are,
I believe it. Because, like, the things they say just seem so outlandish.
I mean, that's fair.
Johnny Ortez says hola,
Hey, Johnny boy!
and I say
Hola,
buenos
man.
noches.
Nacho! I just wanted to say Nacho.
If you're just getting here, basically this stream is turned into Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah, basically.
We should have George Norrie on one time.
Rest in peace, Art Bell, you beautiful bastard.
Yeah.
Imagine having Art Bell guest on this stream. That would be insane.
Oh yeah. I see. That's the thing. I love conspiracy theories and things aren't what they seem kind of thing. It's just really cool. I like stories that do that too, where the world is like there's a world that you don't know. It's kind of like a good example that everyone would know would be like The Matrix, where what you see is not really there,
So,
or there's more to the world than what you perceive, and it's almost on a cosmic horror kind of level.
Yeah.
yeah.
Elevator's broken.
And I like things like that. It doesn't always have to be horror, but sometimes it can be.
So a personal theory that I've held for a long time, and some people disagree with me, and some people are like, "Oh yeah, that makes way too much sense." I personally believe that conspiracy theories, regardless of their truthfulness or not, so take that with the grain of salt that it is part and parcel of our human mind searching for magic in a world that we have forced to become devoid of it.
I mean, what is not religion and mythology, but ancient ways of explaining the world?
Exactly.
But
Well,
catch up with the comments.
Wow, Nick didn't know you speak Spanish. Here's a lesson: taco, choro, salsa.
Quesadilla.
Then we have it's time to wake up. I've never seen them before. I think they're new to the channel here. Welcome.
No, Time to Wake Up's been here before he's cool.
Oh, have they? Okay, I guess I've never seen them. Pence not actually being the best girl would be the greatest conspiracy theory.
Oh my god. Wait,
Pence who?
You don't know C.A. Pence?
No, I don't.
Oh, it's because he's on the other three. Pence is on the Tuesday stream. He's kind of our, he's our punching bag.
No. Johnny Ortez says Art Bell is that the Area 51 guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, to quote the Venture Brothers, as soon as God crapped out the third caveman, a conspiracy was hatched between two of them.
All right, it's time.
Or against one of them.
let's have our first poll. Did Epstein delete himself? All right, there's our first poll, and we're demonetized.
I mean, this whole thing was never going to be monetized, considering the subject matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, what does the subject matter?
Yeah, so we have a poll. We have our first poll. If you guys have any suggestions for polls, let me know.
I actually did that joke in a video one time, and I don't know how well it went over because I didn't get any comments.
Oh.
I was doing a review of the Sega Genesis 3, the one I have. So I was kind of like showing it off and showing everybody what it looks like, and all the ins and outs, because it's kind of a curious piece of Sega Genesis history, and showing the box and everything. And as I was unboxing it, there was like a piece of paper in the box, and I was like, "Hey, what is this?" I open it up, and there's like the Rising Concerto in horror movies. That's that. Well, no, more the that horror sting where it's like, we're getting ready for the scare. Yeah. And as I unfold the piece of paper, it says Epstein didn't delete himself. like it was like apparently, and the way I treated it was it always been there. Like I'd never opened this before, so I was like, "Oh, what is this? What is this?" I don't know how well that joke went over, but you can watch it on my channel if you want to see it.
That's kind of funny, honestly.
Yeah. But anywho, I was gonna say a conspiracy theory that I like, and it's one that I've heard it before, and it was kind of like in the back of my mind for years, and just never really thought about it until I saw a video the other day. I can't find I'll have to find the channel and share it. It's a great channel that has like a lot of like mysteries and stuff. But the conspiracy is about the giants of Afghanistan. Have you heard that one?
Oh, yeah. I've heard that one, yeah.
And the thing about it is, when you listen to it and when you hear it, this is what I like about it. It almost sounds plausible, like, because nobody in there is there's nothing really sensational in it other than the actual giant, because there's nobody saying like, because the way it comes from, it was first described by the helicopter pilot, and he said all he saw was a giant hand hanging out of a bunch of tarps, and that's
Right.
where it kind of went to, and that's the thing is like, you have these soldiers who have, there's multiple stories from multiple soldiers and from soldiers from different countries too, who were over in Afghanistan, and they all have these sightings of giants and stuff, but they're mundane mostly in what they're doing. Like they said, they saw one just walking around a village and he was just talking to the people in their language, you know. But he was like off in the mountains, whatever, looking through like night vision goggles. And there's nothing like, you know, oh, he was chasing the car and he flipped it over and all that stuff. The most outlandish story is the most famous one we hear, is the one where they're fighting it in a cave and they killed it. But it's I always like those. I like those stories because if you look at Afghanistan, it is a very mountainous region, and as we know, you can hide very well in there, as we've learned the hard way, that you can hide in there very, very well. So it's almost plausible that this could be real or not. That's one thing I like about the conspiracy theory.
Now, a couple more channels that I particularly follow, not only just for conspiracy theory,
Nexpo.
but also. What's up?
Nexpo.
Nexpo is one of them, but I was actually going to talk about Simon Whistler's Decoding the Unknown
Okay.
and the Lore Lodge. Because actually, the Lore Lodge covered the giants of Afghanistan, and there's also the giants in Patagonia that he just recently covered.
What about the nicest Sidonia?
The channel that I'm thinking of is called Wartime Stories. That's the name of the channel.
Gotcha.
I'll link it in the Discord here so we can
Share it around.
carry it around and everything, because because they actually have other stories they talk about too, other, like, you know, sightings of monsters and things like that, that supposedly, you know, people have actually, that's what it is. It's mostly stories that this channel does with monsters and stuff, but it's mostly from the perspective of like what soldiers in war have experienced, which is kind of a cool angle.
So
Yeah.
the cool thing about the Lore Lodge is sometimes he'll cover like monster stuff like the Giants of Patagonia or Bigfoot or stuff like that. But a lot of his bread and butter is actually the missing 411 files. Which is basically, you know, X person wanders into the woods, proceeds to vanish without explanation. Sometimes they are found alive, most times they are found dead, and sometimes they're just never found at all.
What's the comment saying?
Look up the photon slit experiment.
Or the Philadelphia experiment in World War II?
I don't know, it just says the photon slit experiment. And then Time to Wake Up says, what about all the giant skeletons allegedly found during the 1800s that the Smithsonian covered up? I've heard about that too. I've heard people supposedly had found giant bones and stuff.
Yeah, same here, although one of the particular... now, this is just playing devil's advocate because I don't personally know, but part of the explanation for the bones that the Smithsonian covered up was that they were heavily damaged dinosaur bones, that they just didn't know what they were, so they sealed them up into their library of files and artifacts and stuff, and they just lost the filing, and so it's lost in their storage system forever.
Oh, they raided the lost archive.
Yeah. Now, personally, that's probably the most likely explanation as to what happened, and people just kind of spun it up to be a bigger story than it was. However, I will not say for certain that, it is impossible that they found giant bones. I just don't particularly know one way or the other.
And I've heard that myself, that they found like mammoth bones and thought they were like giants. One thing I heard, this is what I don't understand, because to me it sounds a little far-fetched in the explanation, but I've heard people say that, they found mammoth bones, or which to me would look similar to an elephant, if not exactly like an elephant. And if you notice, like the elephant skull, it has the huge hole in the front where the trunk's at. And some people say like that's where the legend of the Cyclops came, because they thought like, it's just like this giant like socket in the middle of it for one eye. But I always thought, well, wouldn't the Greeks know what elephants were? I mean, they're right next to Africa. Like, it's not that far-fetched. So
Yes, but the other point being is that it's also believed that a lot of these skeletons weren't exactly complete, or they were damaged in the extraction process, and so like things like the tusks might be torn off, or
yeah.
Like some of the identifying features would be destroyed, and so it makes the appearance a little bit more muddled. Because go ahead.
I was gonna say, Dave the Impaler says basically the photon double slit experiment all but proves that reality behaves differently when it is being observed, like a video game only loading assets when needed.
What's that called? There's a term for that. LOD. I know it's called LOD.
Yeah.
Level of detail.
But the whole idea behind, the mammoth bones were the inspiration for Cyclops is also the whole idea behind, the dinosaur bones were the inspiration behind Dragon.
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
I could buy that, actually.
Because we also have to remember that even though our ancestors were nowhere near what some people would say would be idiots, their technological and systemic frame of reference is utterly different from ours.
Also, the other...
Sorry,
just continue, sorry.
Yeah. Their technological and systemic frame of reference is fundamentally different from ours because we have a lot more at our disposal than they did. So their excavations of these fossils and bones might not have been what we think that they were, and they might not have been the most what's the word? The most precise, meaning that they could have caused a lot of damage along the way because they didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah.
Or dealing with.
Like, have you heard that, like, sea serpents, the explanation for that might be whale penises?
Yes.
Yeah, because if you ever, I don't know why you would, but Caster's a sixth grade, you probably like you could imagine a sailor in the 16th century seeing that and be like, oh, it's a sea serpent.
Yeah, and the Kraken was actually genuinely inspired by sightings of a giant squid off of the bow and them not fully understanding what it is that they were dealing with, so they attributed something supernatural to something that was fully natural but not understood.
Yeah, like giant squid were a conspiracy, but they actually are real. We've actually fished a few of them up.
Well, yeah, they used to wash up on the beach all the time, and we've actually recently found them in the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And technically speaking, even though we know a fair amount of what's in the ocean, there's only so much that we can
Yeah.
really understand because we can't live there for extended periods of time. We actually have better luck surviving in space for extended periods of time than the ocean.
And one thing I liked is how one way we knew the giant squids exist was the battle scars on whales.
Yes.
Because we'd see like these giant scars and sucker marks and stuff. Be like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck was this thing fighting under ocean? You know?
Not only that, but also battle scars on ships from when giant squid would mistake boats for whales and attack them.
Yeah.
Now, one of my personal favorite older conspiracy theories are the various alchemists who've lived.
Mhm.
Like people like Hermes Trismegistus, or technically one of them is Aleister Crowley.
Uh huh.
Let's see here.
From the excavated scene, the guy collected black rock from the scene.
There's also stories of an immortal count who had supposedly discovered the ability
what
to
the
create
heck?
a philosopher's
You
stone.
led me. Terrains.
Oh my god, that was... Well, I got the black rock, so we're good.
Mm.
Like Count of Saint Germain is one of them.
Hmm.
You've got another immortal alchemist who, let's see here, what was this guy's name? Nicholas Flamel
Harry Potter.
is
Yeah.
another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in Harry
So-
Potter.
Yes. But you have these alchemists who all are either die under mysterious circumstances or have sightings of them like hundreds of years apart, and you just kind of sit there going, is this just people looking for something and seeing something that they
Wait,
don't
Are you
really
saying that
see?
Keanu Reeves is an alchemist?
I wouldn't say that he isn't.
See, the thing about, like, Keanu Reeves being a vampire, like, there are pictures of people from, like, the 1800s who look exactly like him.
Yes. But, you know, there's just all kinds of crazy stuff around alchemy that's just so interesting.
Yeah.
Had to take a detour into the quarry.
Absolutely. I was watching several videos on it,
Here.
on alchemy actually, and
Your start
yeah, it's a very interesting, excuse me, very interesting subject.
I'd tell you about it
Um,
once you helped us.
Actually,
This is it.
if you've watched Full Metal Alchemist and then you go and like actual study alchemy, you realize that the lady who wrote that really did her homework because there's a lot of stuff in there. I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, she did her homework. A lot of it lines up the way it is supposed to.
Yeah, a lot of concepts and a lot of you know, theories and stuff with alchemy.
We found you together.
She did her homework. Even the colors of the main character where he wears
Are you with him now?
black, red,
So
and
you
white,
kidnapped
which is like the colors of the Philosopher's Stone.
Parents vanished along
Yup.
with every other adult in Ordinary.
Um,
Eventually, his
you know
power
that
changed.
represents that.
They were casualties. He wasn't fit.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good
Did you know about this?
like I said, if you watch that, it's probably one of the most accurate depictions of
He's kept in the
what
containment
alchemy
center.
is and a lot of the philosophies in it.
My brother.
Of course, it's
thought we were
made
the same.
fanciful and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
What if we
yeah,
are?
there's But when you go actual when you go actual and study the actual alchemy, you're like, wow, that's
I need to go check on something.
wow, it really lines up with a lot of it. And yeah, and when you actually study alchemy,
You must watch the bureau.
it is some very interesting concepts, very interesting stuff in there.
Dylan is
You know,
dangerous.
of course it's pseudoscience, but
Direct.
yeah, it's amazing.
Do I make her
The
stop
stuff people were
following
coming
me?
up with, and the stuff that they were making, and of course, some people may laugh at alchemy as though it's pseudoscience, but you got to think about it. It is the precursor to actual chemistry.
Are they my
Yeah.
enemies?
Yeah,
You know,
My friends?
it's basically chemistry before we knew what
I need to
chemistry
see
was.
Dylan.
And you can make
Yeah,
the
it's-
and the thing is, you can make the argument
So
without the pursuit of alchemy,
I wish you could tell me what you
we would
know
not
and
have had the
explain
modern
things.
science of chemistry, at least not as soon.
Just Stay
Yeah.
with me, okay?
But what
yeah,
are the
it's pretty much
conversations?
like they were filling
He's
the
your friend right
the
now.
gaps in, or what they couldn't understand with chemistry. It's like they filled it up with the supernatural. It says David Peller says Jack Parsons opening a portal in the desert that allowed certain supernatural entities into this world with his Babylon working ritual is interesting. Jack Parsons, is that like wait, I'm thinking Alan Parsons. Oh, never mind.
Alan Parsons Project.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Alan Parsons, but no, Jack Parsons. So there's a conspiracy. So what you're saying, Dave, is there's a conspiracy theory that Jack Parsons opened a portal in the desert and allowed supernatural entities into this world with his Babylon working ritual is interesting.
another one of my personal favorite ones is oh crap, I just had it, now I lost it. The Abremlin operation.
What's that?
Oop. So, would you just joined up?
I don't know.
Altered items.
Someone did.
Security prison.
Yep.
See, another thing that I find interesting is these aren't exactly conspiracy theories. They're just like weird events, like Yalta Pass, the Yuga 5, that kind of thing. I found those
Yeah.
events fascinating.
Or what about the another thing I like fascinating is the theory that I forget what it's called, but it's the giant explosion that happened over Russia
Oh,
in
that
the
happened.
1800s.
That happened.
Tunguska incident? Yeah,
Well-
that actually happened.
Well, it actually happened, but the conspiracy theory that it was actually Nikola Tesla experimenting with his death ray.
Oh God, Nikola Tesla theories are almost a genre in themselves.
I know. But yeah, that was the one. It was like, yeah, he was experimenting with some kind of like death ray, and that's what caused the explosion.
But to quickly answer your question, the Abremlin operation is essentially a set of instructions on how to summon a guardian angel. And the reason why this is relevant is because in its current mythos, it is also tied to Alistair Crowley,
Oh, really?
because he had attempted the Abremlin operation, managed to summon the 7 demon kings of hell, forgot or got too scared to properly seal them, and basically left the operation, the ritual, half finished, and essentially unleashed the 7 demon kings of hell on Earth, which is also why the one residence where he is known to have stayed at for a while, the one place that I think it was either Black Sabbath or one of the other heavy metal bands stayed in that area, would not stay in that area because they felt it was so utterly harmful.
Oh wow. What comments we
Yeah.
got?
It's fun to wake up, or no, Davian Taylor said, Jack Parsons was an occultist. He was the founder of Jet Propulsion Laboratories, scientist genius, and Tully's most well-known protege. It's Time to Wake Up also said the Tunguska event.
Yeah, that's the name of it. Yeah, I knew it began with a T. I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah, the current modern explanation of the Tunguska event is that the asteroid that was going to hit Siberia got so superheated because of our atmosphere that it actually broke up and exploded over the Earth in a massive air burst.
Oh wow.
Which is why it was so utterly destructive, as opposed to, and without leaving a crater in the Earth. Davian Taylor also says something totally also come in the Loch Ness Monster. That one has a little bit less.
Yeah,
Freedom.
they've kind of disproven that one, I think. Like they've said, like, it's not capable of living in that lake. There's not enough fish.
Yeah, there's not enough fish, and realistically, it's too cold.
I mean, the too cold, it could have adapted. I'll say that much.
I mean, fair, we do have the Greenland shark as proof of that, but still, just it's not a hospitable environment for a creature of that size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I would love to see Nessie and Champ, show up, and all of a sudden everybody's like, "Yeah, they're real. We have footage of them." I'd love that. But
Pogo.
Pogo as well.
Yeah.
It's Time to Wake Up says, I believe that the OG Loch Ness photo, the family came clean that it was a hoax photo.
Yeah,
They did.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, they said it was a log that they set afloat in the loch personally, and then took a blurry photo of it in order to drum up business for themselves.
Speaking of photos, oh, what the hell? The music is kind of doing weird things right now. Have you guys heard it? Like, do you guys remember the fairy photos?
Yes.
I think the girls actually did eventually come clean on that one.
Yes, they did. What they did was they actually did a double exposure method in order to create.
I mean, the
fairy.
fact that the girls could do that at such a young age, I can respect that.
Exactly.
Like, that is a very advanced technique even today.
Yeah.
Which is also why one of the things that I love and I hate about conspiracy theories is, ancient civilization was not built by humans. It was built by something else, be it spiritual beings, or giants, or gods, or aliens. Like, you're not giving our species enough credit.
Yeah, that's pretty much true.
Yeah, like the pyramids are a weird one because, like, on paper they should have been able to move those rocks. All right, what's
They're
the-
like,
Sorry.
oh, is that Time to Wake Up says Fest. Oh, so that infamous Bigfoot walking in the woods was fessed up to be a hoax too.
It was? I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that one either.
The Patterson
No, that
footage.
one-
The Patterson footage.
That one goes back and forth. People will come and say, "Yeah, I took the footage. It was fake," and then another person the next day will come and say,
well,
"No, the footage is real. You just don't know."
we
it
know who
goes
took
back
it.
and
The
forth.
Patterson guy. I think what
Yeah.
you're talking about is various people throughout the years have come forward and say, "Yeah, I was the guy in the suit."
Yes, for different Bigfoot incidents. But the actual Patterson the Patterson footage, we still don't entirely know what that was. If it was a guy in a suit, or like we just don't know.
Yeah.
All we do know was it was the footage itself was not tampered with.
Daily Pillar says, granted, if the monster is a supernatural entity from another dimension, summoned by Crowley from his mansion overlooking the Loch Ness, then none of that really matters.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, and flying monkeys could come out of my butt. I mean, I don't know, you know.
Yeah. Honestly, once you're introducing like multiple universes, basically anything's on the table. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, there's a universe where Dave the Impaler is actually funny.
Oh, shots fired.
Man down.
Sorry, it was too easy. I couldn't resist.
Someone needs help over there.
We love you, Dave. Don't leave us, please.
Yeah.
Got in a little scrap.
The original conspiracy behind Nessie, aka the Loch Ness Monster, was that it was a biological organism
Wells is still in there.
that was living in the loch,
Who's Wells?
and that it was of titanic size.
A runaway altered item.
And
Down into the
by those
clocks.
particular
a
parameters,
threshold.
that's
The Bureau
just
sealed
not
it up
happening.
years back 'cause of all the clocks.
Yeah.
All right, what did Dave
Just
say?
saying
I'm
that's the
scared.
theory of the monster.
The way it was acting.
Just saying that's the theory of the monster.
Me and
Oh, we know.
And Dave's like,
and-
ouch.
Ouch.
He never showed up on this side.
Well, the
Oh.
thing is, Dave, Aleister Crowley was
But first, you
around
need to get to a medic.
during
Wells is
the
the medic. Please. You gotta get him out
17
of there.
and 1800s.
I'll be fine. Really.
Records
Room can
of
patch
the
me up
Loch
later.
Ness Monster
Fine.
have been around since
But
the
I'll be back.
1300s at its
I damn
earliest.
well hope so.
There's no way that Aleister could have
Use the
summoned
motel
the
board
Loch
there.
Ness
It should get you into the
Monster
clocks.
into Loch
Sorry.
Ness.
The threshold.
Plus, then that also begs the question: did Aleister Crowley summon Champ, Ogopogo, like the other various giant lake monsters all across the earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got to remember the late 1800s, early 1900s were a hotbed of the occult. Like the occult fever was very much in vogue during that time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, people having seances, people grinding up mummies and eating them.
That was a thing.
If anything, I think we're almost due for a occult resurgence, considering that a lot of times.
Please no. The world is effed up enough. We don't need that to become. We don't need that shit to become mainstream. Please. God.
Well, the reason I say that is historical studies show that in times of great stress and high tension, people will actually resort to occultism in order to explain things that they cannot control or to try and obtain control over things that they cannot. And so that's kind of why I'm saying that we're probably due for a resurgence in that sort of thing. It's time to wake up says, what about the theory that Aleister Crowley is Barbara Bush's dad? Don't know about that one.
Yeah.
I mean, she is manly.
Yeah. Dave the Impaler says Crowley was a busy man. You get a lake monster, and you get a lake monster, and you get a lake monster. Everyone gets a lake monster. Honestly, yes, he was a busy man, but most of that busyness was getting down and busy with the ladies, or dealing with one of his various venereal diseases.
Why is it like every cult leader runs a sex cult? I mean, I know why. I'm just making a joke.
Well, it's because they're all perverts. You know?
Exactly.
It's like if you notice that every one of these cults, it's like nobody gets to have sex but me. I'm the one who gets to have sex. That like it's just like, can we just call cults what they are? Perverted
and
or
the other thing, yeah, and the other point that Aleister Crowley would have been busy with is the constant warring between him and the Order of the Golden Dawn, to which he used to be a part.
Oh yeah, the Count Dankula video.
Yeah.
I love Count Dankula.
I do as well. Some people can't find his sense of humor, and to a certain extent. I do kind of understand that, but
like, I'm sorry, that pug thing was freaking hilarious. Like,
it was grand.
Like, the whole point of the joke was, oh, she thinks the pug is so adorable, so I'm going to teach you to do the most reprehensible thing I can think of. That was the joke.
But, you know, regardless of what you say about the man, his Absolute Mad Lad series is highly informative.
Yeah.
And hilarious.
Honestly, I do love some of these, like, histories. Like, do you watch The Fat Electrician? He's not a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, I love The Fat Electrician.
I love the way the guy delivers his stories. Like, the way he reads his lines is so great.
And
also, you don't mess with the
genuinely
military
makes.
folks.
Yeah. He also genuinely makes his ads funny to watch because he includes his wife.
Yes.
You know who's a YouTuber that I absolutely refuse to watch? I liked their content, but I refuse to watch them because I cannot stand their voice.
What?
Who?
Chills.
Never heard of him.
Number 15.
Oh, that
Burger
guy.
King foot lettuce.
Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce.
Oh, that was kind of reminds me of, like, PewDiePie. Pre-base
How would you like it if you went to Burger King and you had these guys stepping on your lettuce? Let me know in the comment section. Number 14.
It's time to wake up. Oh, hang on. It's time to wake up says, what about the theory that the Federal Reserve was created over top of an old Indian sacrifice altar on Jackal Island?
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Wow,
I don't know about that, but I do know that
that's a lot.
the Federal Reserve is an evil place.
I would say that's a lot to process in that sentence there. But yeah, I do agree that down with the Federal Reserve.
I'm actually kind of interested because I hope okay. I hope they're announce an audit on the Federal Reserve and just watch the government just start to freak out.
Well, here's the thing.
IRS, please.
Well, here's the thing. Like, you know that meme where it's like some kid at the bed praying and he goes, "Dear God, please let this happen because it'd be the funniest fucking thing ever." Yeah. That's how I feel with these audits. If they do like an audit on the IRS, I'm like, please, God, oh my God, please let them do that. That'd be the funniest shit ever. You bastards, let you get fucking audited for once.
Dave the Impaler said, I met my first serious girlfriend in high school when she recited a passage from Crowley's Moonchild at a UIL meet.
Oh.
I will always be grateful to Crowley for that. Man still getting people laid a century later.
Oh my God, I love that. So I need
interesting note.
Good for you and good for Crowley.
Interesting note. I was like, interesting note. One of my zombies is named Alistair.
Interesting note. Mr. Crowley is probably one of my favorite Black Sabbath songs.
Yep.
Mr. Crowley!
What's been on in your head?
Okay.
Yeah. But, yeah. You know, Eugene, Alistair, and Steve.
Nice.
Yeah. Eugene's the leader of the bunch. He's the one who usually causes trouble. A hand fanatic, I tell you what. You know, how many times I've seen guys with just wrists. Ugh.
Now, this isn't necessarily a conspiracy theory, because now we're kind of more delving into the occult matters, especially with Crowley.
Okay.
But one of the things that has always fascinated me in terms of like a research standpoint is Jewish Kabbalah.
Okay, tread carefully, but okay. I'm serious.
No,
I'm serious. Tread carefully, sir.
Oh, I know. It's just the thought of it. It's just.
Yeah, we're getting into some very dicey territory, so be careful.
I was like, yeah,
Well,
we're going to step into a landmine.
Yeah, I'm not going to delve too deeply. I just think it's very, very interesting. And realistically, I'm not going to say anything on it unless I can get my hands on like a piece of foundational text in order to do my own proper research first.
Okay.
Dave the Impaler says, Ozzy solo with Randy Rhoads, but yes, great song.
Oh God, Randy Rhodes. Imagine if he had survived. Like, he'd still be alive today, probably.
Oh, most definitely.
Imagine the guitar solos we missed out on.
Speaking of like, you know, Black Sabbath and all that, you do know the story of how like they got together, right? Or how they got their sound.
How?
So, interesting enough, they do reference this in JoJo's Part 5.
JoJo
Because there's a stand called Black Sabbath. But anyways, see if Nix was here, she could explain it. But
Actually,
but,
let's try and summon her.
okay.
Someone posted on Twitter asking Nick to come on and explain the JoJo reference.
All right, so
Actually-
everyone chant Fuda Girls.
It's time to wake up. Says, what about the theory America was named after the original land named Amaru, which means the land of the plumed serpent, Azteca, etc. serpent mythology?
I've never heard that one.
I'd probably have to disagree with you on that, mainly because it's been proven that the Americas, the two continents, were named after the man who created their maps. Not who discovered them, but created their maps, Amerigo Vespucci.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like 5th grade history right there.
Yeah. And that's the only other point that I get kind of touchy with conspiracy theory in occultism is a lot of pseudo-intellectuals will use the lens of conspiracy to basically trick people who have forgotten their education from like fifth grade on below into believing the most dumb stuff.
Yeah.
Like some of it
I mean-
genuinely worth looking into, worth researching, and worth seeing whether, you know, the story is what it is.
I mean, let's be
Others-
honest. There are people who genuinely believe the Earth is flat. The whole society.
Yes.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. I don't mind if it's done for fun. Like if you're doing like flat Earth stuff, but it's just done for fun and entertainment, that's fine. I mean, we all like doing stuff like that. Cause like, hey, what if the world was flat? You know, but yeah, you know what I'm saying, yeah.
Yes.
Alright.
So, you know, that is my one caveat when it comes to researching conspiracy theories is if you yourself are not familiar with the history of the subject or, you know, the body of the subject, at least in its roughest form, enough to kind of understand what's going on, please do not get into conspiracy theories until you've familiarized yourself. So that way some pseudo-scientist on YouTube doesn't force you to believe in some really stupid crap.
Alright,
that
I have no
art
clue how
isn't
I
a
get
thing.
past this.
Time to Wake Up says also they taught us that Columbus discovered America when they knew that it wasn't. I mean,
The Vikings discovered it in like the 10s.
well, I mean, he wasn't the first person to discover it, but
That
he
was
did
Vikings.
discover it. Yeah,
So-
the Vikings discovered it. They called it Vinland,
Also,
But-
he
Yeah.
landed in, I believe it was...
Haiti.
Yeah.
He landed in what was, you know, what we call Haiti, but I mean, he did discover them, and he discovered it for the time, because at the time they didn't know that. Actually, they thought that there was a giant. If you could look at the old maps, there's a giant like island in the middle of the Atlantic where they thought that's where they landed at. They didn't realize that. Oh, it's like two freaking supercontinents.
Yeah, they were looking
You know.
for India.
Yeah, they're looking for India, but they thought that there was an island, like a giant island that's in the middle of the Atlantic, like where America, North and South America was. Like if you look at the maps during that time, there's like you have India over here, and then you look and you'll have like between the Pacific and the Atlantic, you have a giant island, and then you have like Europe. That's what they thought was there, and that's where they thought they landed. You know, and then, they thought they were Indians, obviously.
So
Yeah, that's why
So,
they're called Indians.
Yeah.
no, that's actually not why they're called Indians.
Oh, really? Please explain this.
So, real quick, number one, Columbus was the one who popularized going to America. Who didn't discover America? You have the Vikings, you have the Chinese, you've got the Polynesians, you've got the Japanese. Everybody's been to America. They just
Spanish.
didn't realize what it was. Yeah, the Spanish as well. The reason why they called the native peoples Indians was because not because they thought they found India, because India at the time did not exist. It was named something else entirely. They thought they had found Asia, and the catch-all term back in that day for Asia was the Indies.
Oh yeah.
So,
It's the East India
so-
Trading Company. Okay, yeah, I can see what you're saying.
yeah, and that's also why you see East India Trading Company doing business in China, India, that whole Asian area. It's because they weren't specifically dealing with India; they were dealing with the Indies.
Yeah.
And so,
Kind of like a catch-all term, like the Orient. You know.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was a catch-all term back then that basically ended up becoming the name of a country. And because people couldn't really understand the difference between the catch-all term and the new name, they conflated one and the other, and that's how we got the whole dot versus feather comparison, when really it's not that at all.
Oh God, it's Cordyceps. Neil Druckmann has entered the chat.
It's time to wake up says the Americas were known to exist prior to Columbus setting sail. Davey
Yeah.
Impaler says no, Native Americans just sprang up from the ground like Cabbage Patch Kids. And then it's time to wake up said the victors write the history books. He who controls the past controls the past, controls the present. All good. Well, aside from Davey Impaler, clearly obvious troll. He who controls the past, controls the present is a salient topic to write, which is why when people discuss history, especially those who are very
Yeah.
passionate, by me, we tend to be very particular and long-winded because history is such a fragile and multifaceted thing that to really get things wrong is to, in a sense, erase history without meaning to.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, darn it.
And it's time to wake up to kind of address the whole the Americas were known before Columbus set sail. Again, yes and no. The Americas were believed to be kind of like the mythical other place, kind of like how the Greek heaven or the Greek mystical world, I guess you could say, were past the Pillars of Hercules, which is what they used to call the Strait of Gibraltar. So, and it was also believed to be the location of Hyperia. There's also the British Albion, which is their mystical place. Like the Americas used to be believed to be the mystical place that you could not get access to. So they had an idea, a concept that something was there, but they didn't really know that America was there the way it was.
Yeah. That's what I was. That's what I was talking about. Like what they thought was there, but they didn't realize that like, 2 giant continents were there. But they thought that there was like I said, if you look up, you'll see the maps of the time. They thought there was some kind of giant island in the middle of the ocean there, and then there was Asia, but yeah, but of course they had no way of knowing that because I'm trying to
Technological
find.
frames of reference.
I'm trying to find that map here. Let's see. Because it's a very interesting looking map.
Yeah, we tend to give our ancestors way too little credit for what they actually knew, because even back during the times of the Greeks, basically before Christ existed, so BC, the Greeks knew that the world was a globe. They didn't know everything that was on the globe. They didn't know its entire lay of the land, but they knew it was a globe.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people attribute Copernicus for popularizing that theory. Like, oh, Galileo was jailed because he said the world was round.
He was jailed for that, but it wasn't because essentially the world was a globe was lost knowledge, but it wasn't knowledge that we did not have until the modern day. We had it even back during the olden days. It just became lost because of the loss of knowledge and civilizational resets and
They just had to burn the Library of Alexandria.
exactly.
I will be back in a moment. I have to use the little caster's room.
It's time to wake up to thousands upon thousands of years, and they didn't know our continent existed. I call bullcrap. Again, it's not that they didn't know that our continents existed. They didn't know what the shape and size of it were. They just thought it was
And
an island.
if you have always known that the Earth is round, please give us a like. Sorry, I gotta put those in there somewhere.
Yeah, no, I get it. But because here's the thing. It's not like they didn't know that America was here. But number one, America never our name was never always America, and nobody really knew that there were two large continents on the other side. They thought it was like a large island, kind of like Australia.
Oh, come on! Oh, sorry, I'm just running into a brick wall here.
No, it's okay. And part of the reason why is because seagoing navigation was very difficult, if not nigh impossible back during the day, because their ships weren't built for seas. They didn't have any real conception of an ocean. They had small inland seas and large rivers. Like their boats were practically like slightly bigger canoes that were meant to like skirt shores and maybe go a little bit off.
Okay.
Nyx is here. She is saying JoJo reference. Yes, there has been a JoJo reference.
Yes, Nyx, if you could, if you're willing, if you can't, that's fine. Hop on the, could you hop on the call, and we need to explain a JoJo reference, if you could. Alright, I'm just, yeah, I'm just, doing the mods real quick.
Yeah.
Basically, could you explain what the JoJo reference we're trying to explain is?
Quickly refresh my memory because I got deep into a rabbit hole here.
I think it's about Black Sabbath and JoJo.
Oh yeah, Black Sabbath and the naming, the naming conventions of the different bands. So,
Alright, I'm back.
can't with me,
What you
tell
saying?
me the reference. It's Black Sabbath and the various JoJo's bands,
Okay.
and the connection between the two.
Yeah. Oh, if you can't come on the screen, okay, that's fine.
What I was saying was that in JoJo's Part 5, there's an actual reference to the story of how of Black Sabbath finding their sound and everything. One of the references is the stand Black Sabbath. If you look at the stand, and if you look at the stand looks like it's dressed in like medieval attire from like the early like 1500s, like Renaissance era, and it's all dressed in black. And what happened is the lead guitarist for Black Sabbath, I forget his name right now. He had lost a finger in an accident.
Yeah, I think
and
a work accident or something.
Yeah, a work accident. And the thing was, is they actually played jazz, and the thing was he couldn't hit the high notes because of the way his hands were, because he had lost a finger. So he could play the lower notes without it hurting his hand, and that's how they got that heavy metal, deep sound, And one night he was sleeping, and he said he woke up and he saw a black figure standing at the foot of his bed, staring at him, and it was dressed like something from like the medieval period.
Oh wow!
And he said it looked like a black mass or whatever, and that's where they got like their song. I think where they got like a War Pig song, but
Generals gathered at their masses.
Yeah.
Just like witches
So like that was a stand. That was a reference in JoJo to like the beginnings of like Black Sabbath, where like they found their sound, and they found like inspiration for like their songs and stuff through that like guy having a nightmare, or maybe it was like an actual figure at the foot of his bed. You never know. But yeah, he said he saw it looked like it looked like something out of a painting, like somebody wearing black clothes from like the Renaissance era.
What the hell?
Also, now I gotta clear my name because it's time to wake up. His decided to call me out and call me a pseudo historian. So also this whole ancient people were less smart and worse technology theory is also bullcrap. They could build pyramids but not boats. LOL. Okay, it's time to wake up. Never once did I say that ancient people were dumb or had worse technology. I'm saying that they had a different technological frame of reference. You're not going to honestly look back at people's grave patterns and say, yeah, these people have power tools.
I mean,
They
there has been a
They were-
history of like civilizations that have technology farther than what we think of them. Because humanity does have very much of a history of improving, cataclysm event, stagnation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm not calling them dumb. If anything, I'm calling them genius. Because they were doing so much more with an entirely different technological frame of reference that we kind of understand, because we're so fundamentally different from them at this point.
Like, for example, Roman concrete. I think we only recently figured out what it was.
Yes. And it was actually the fact that their mixing methods were much less thorough than ours allowed for clumps to form. And so those clumps would actually work as built-in band-aids.
And we still haven't figured out Greek fire.
Yes. And I did not say that they could build pyramids and not boats. The thing is, sailing across the sea versus sailing across the ocean is two vastly different versions of sailing, because seas can't make the kinds of waves that oceans can.
Also, Egypt was not a seafaring culture. At most,
Exactly.
they went up and down the river. They might. I don't think they even had much of a concept of oceans.
They did have a concept of sea, because they did sail across the Mediterranean for trading, but they never came into contact with any kind of ocean. So they, even Vikings, who were the most likely to have ocean-going vessels, their bows were not nearly deep enough to properly navigate oceans without significant difficulties. The fact that they managed to cross the ocean with a stopover in Greenland at all is a miracle.
I think with
Well-
as far as the Vikings are concerned, they just kind of hugged the coast.
Yeah, that's what they did. They kind of went. They kind of went up the top and kind of went through Iceland, Greenland, and Canada, where like they were kind of hugging that upper area. They weren't going through the straight middle like a lot of people would later on, which is a lot more dangerous. Yeah, so
Exactly.
they basically the Vikings when they were coming over from Europe to what we now know as like British Columbia and all that, or Vinland as they called it. The thing was, they were not within too far of land at all times.
Yeah.
They could they were near the shores somewhat.
Yeah, and
They
so
weren't just out in the middle of like the Atlantic like Columbus was.
most of these, yeah, and so most of these peoples had what we call sea-going craft, but they did not have ocean-going craft, which are two very different craft.
Yeah.
So I'm not calling them dumb, and I'm not saying that they didn't know it was there. I'm saying that things were different, and so their amount of knowledge and their type of knowledge is different than ours,
What the?
and it led to different conclusions.
Oh my god! I'm okay. Check the comments, please. We're gonna.
Yeah,
we're not
do that.
stopping the stream, and I'm not rage quitting, but I need a fucking break from this game. I'm running my head into this. I will
Yeah, no worries.
return to this game before the end of the stream. I just need a break.
No worries.
We're gonna play. We're gonna play
so
some
re-
emulation for a game. I need to decompress. So please read the comments. Also, yeah. Hey, Jason. We have channel member Jason.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you were attacked
um,
by the Cthulhu. That's what happened. And the Minoars had plumbing on par with our own up to the 1940s.
What?
So did the Romans. Again, same level of sophistication, different kind of technology.
Oh, okay.
Dave the Impaler said a factory accident chopped off the tips of Tony Iyami's fingers. He had to coat his fingers in melted wax while playing for a while because of the damage.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go change my shirt real quick. Maybe grab something to drink. But you guys keep talking, and we're gonna play some emulators for like a half hour. I'm gonna de-stress. And then we're gonna return to this game because I'm sorry. There's only so many times I can run headfirst into something before I just get pissed off. But I don't want to rage quit this game. I'm having a lot of fun. But you guys, keep
No
talking.
worries.
Yeah.
It's time to wake up says different technology, not necessarily the same technology. The knowledge that we know of the past doesn't mean that we know even close to what they actually knew. Again, I agree, but we also have to work with the conclusions that we have. We can't just assume that peoples have the peoples of the past had ocean going craft if we don't have evidence of them having ocean going craft. We also can't conclude that peoples had access to regular electricity without evidence of them having access to regular electricity. And no, I'm not going to allow you to use the Baghdad battery as an example of electricity because that was used for a vastly different purpose. And if it did make electricity, it was incidental and it was very, very minute, not enough to actually make an actual sort of power source.
Yeah, it was used for coating metals.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jason said, I need to take a shower anyway. See you guys later. We'll catch you back on the stream. Hopefully before we leave, you'll be back.
Yep.
But realistically, I'm not trying to, say, I'm not trying to downplay our
Downplay what?
ancestors' intelligence. It's just that we have to work with the conclusions that we have. Assuming that no evidence means didn't happen assumes a lot. Okay, show. Here's the thing. Yes, we can try and say, hey, if they had this, this is what they would probably do with it. But the thing is, until we have evidence, science and historians can't just make wild claims out of nowhere that all of a sudden they have concepts of ocean going craft, square waves, rogue waves, all this sort of stuff. We literally, I didn't never said power tools, you did. I said different technology. I'm using power tools as a quick heuristic. Like you're assuming that I'm arguing in bad faith. I'm just trying to give you the idea that just because they just ended up at our neck of the woods doesn't necessarily mean that they knew we were two giant continents and that they had the method to fully map out everything and that they could just cross the ocean.
I mean,
I'm not arguing that.
guys, calm down. It's fine. We all love each other here.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, yeah, they didn't know what was over here. I mean, they had assumptions, and I'm pretty sure they heard whisperings from other places. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Vikings told somebody what they found, you know, and they may have
Exactly.
and they may have wrote it off as like, you know, look, these assholes up here. Look what they said they found, but you know, because I mean, what? Because you know, rumors and legends start from somewhere. So maybe when they said, "Hey, we found land over here in this over in the ocean," eventually became like Atlantis or some kind of like a mystical island or something. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, things like they didn't know exactly what we had over here, and then when they got here, they were like, "Holy shit, two giant, massive continents." Because honestly, for the longest time, those peoples in Europe and stuff didn't need to cross the ocean. What they would do is they would go around stuff. Like if they were going around the Horn of Africa, they would always be hugging the coast. They never really went deep sea. Like even for the longest time, if you look at Magellan, if you look at the way he went around the world, most of the time, it was not even out deep into the ocean. It was just hugging the coasts. You know, going
Yeah.
around, you know, going from Europe to Africa to India, and then you know around through the islands in there in the Indonesia and that part of the world. The only and then even then like coming around
You said
the yeah, coming around the tip of South America. Even then, like that was probably the short from probably coming from South America back up through Africa through up to the Atlantic. That part right there was probably the longest deep sea they were out at. So
I don't know how long you've been here, Jason, but hi.
He's been in the chat for a while, just never said anything.
Oh, okay. But yeah, Jason's here on the call, so Jason, if you can hear us, say hi, buddy.
He's been mute on the whole entire time.
Alright, well, he'll pop in when he's ready. So, yeah, we're playing some emulator for a bit. Yeah.
So, like, from what I'm saying is, like, they didn't really know what we had over here because a lot of them didn't need to go, across the ocean. The only reason they ever did want to get across the ocean is, to get to a better way to get to the Indies. Because they thought instead of, like, paying all this land tax and stuff, because you got to understand the Arabs controlled a lot of that Silk Road and the Spice Road and all that and stuff. And so, you had to get taxed pretty heavily to go down there. So they were like,
Yeah.
well, screw that. We're going to go the other way around. And then, bam, North and South America.
Yeah. Dave the Impaler said, so they didn't know the motion of the ocean, so they could only
Motion
cuddle
of the
an
ocean. Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
they-
they could only cuddle and upskirt the coast.
Wait.
Pretty much, yeah.
Excellent double entendre, I must admit, and also accurate statements. Yes.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah,
what
because
is
if you
it?
look at a lot of, like, explorers of that time and you look at their voyages, a lot of it is hugging the coasts,
Yeah, which is why I make the distinction of ocean-going versus sea-going craft.
Mhm.
because when you go across the ocean, like at that point, they had no idea what they were actually going to find. So it was actually a very dangerous, thing to do. Especially like the way Columbus was going, where it was like through the middle of the freaking ocean, where there was nothing to hug. So if you lose something out there, you lose completely.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't like what you said, like the Vikings. They were the Vikings. They were hugging the coast, going around that way. So but then again, they didn't really. It wasn't Columbus that per se discovered the continents exactly. He discovered the islands there in the Caribbeans. But yeah, I agree. Like, I think they have I think, in my opinion, older societies had a lot of different ways of doing things that we have been lost to.
Yeah.
That's why we say, wow, how did they get this stuff done? Because we only have it, like you said, with power tools. Like, oh, well, we can only do this with power tools. Well, they had something equivalent to that. We don't know what it was. But it was something that they could make in that Stone Age or Bronze Age or Iron Age that we don't have any idea how they did. Like Nick was saying, like Greek fire. Well, we should be able to make that, right? No, we don't know what the ingredients were.
Yeah, and I know some people say like, Greek fire is napalm.
Yeah, but they didn't have gasoline. That's what napalm is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and first off, even if it is like a form of napalm, the fact that they figured that out all the way back then is really actually pretty awesome. Also, napalm doesn't quite act like Greek fire.
Yeah. So it's kind of like I see what both sides are saying, but it's like we don't know what they had, but we know they had something. It had to be because we can't say, oh, it was aliens or oh, it was this and that. It had to be something that we don't know how they did it, but we know they did it.
Exactly, and that's been my argument the whole time. Is just because we found something like the Baghdad battery doesn't mean we can assume that the ancient peoples had electricity. But
they may not even know what electricity was.
Yeah, but they still managed to accomplish great things despite more than likely not knowing that, and probably using power tool-like creation that probably ran off of manual energy transference.
Yeah, because there's multiple ways to power tools. Like I don't know if they still do it, but like my dad used air compressor to power his tools. I don't know if that's kind of a thing people still do.
Pneumatics, yes, that is still a thing.
Yeah. Well, it's like we were talking about with like alchemy and stuff, where people knew that chemical reactions were happening. They didn't know why they were happening, which is where you get the supernatural.
Which where you get stuff like
the potion. Yeah, that's where you get potions. They don't know why they're happening, but they know that they're happening. So it's like with the Baghdad battery. I know if I take these chemicals and I dip this in here and I dip this in here, this coin gets coated with this. I don't know why it happens, but it happens. I don't know that exactly it's electricity.
I mean, I know it's not as sexy, but the fact that like the Romans had indoor plumbing all the way back then, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Now the mechanism that you're talking about there, the first known analog computer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's a modern term, computer. But
a computer up until like 50 years ago was just a woman that crunched numbers. That's what literally what a computer was up until about 50 years ago. Was a woman who did a lot of math.
Yeah, and they did make intricate gears, but here's the thing: when you look at the I can't pronounce that name, Anacathera Mega. I can't pronounce that part, but when you look at that mechanism,
the analytical,
and you look at all the gears of that mechanism, they are intricate and they are delicate, but it's not something that's so far-fetched that they couldn't have made it themselves. I believe they made it themselves. It's just like, again, people thought that they were so damn stupid they couldn't make something like that, and but that's absolutely amazing that they made a machine that can calculate the days and months and well, basically what that mechanism did was it was theorized that it calculated. You could calculate accurately the positions of stars and planets and moons and stuff by basically, setting a date, and it would actually,
Well, here's the
show you
thing,
what
though.
positions planets and stars and moons and stuff would be or have been in. And that is amazing, and I don't think that it's too far-fetched to believe that our ancestors could come up with something that, intricate. I think it's amazing, but I don't think it's so far-fetched. Because
It is
again, I give
faster.
I give more credit to our ancient ancestors. Because you think about it, the Greeks are the ones that came up with mathematics and stuff like that. So
I mean, hell,
um,
we still return to firms arguing as the Socratic method. Like a lot,
Yeah.
our modern education is based off of the Greek system.
yeah,
The
Yeah.
way we debate
And-
comes from Greece. Like so much, like there's a reason why they call Greece the birthplace of modern culture. It's because almost
Yeah.
everything, like the bedrock of of Western society, comes from Greece.
yeah. It says the math involved in tracking the stars and etc., transferring it to gears shows that we're smart enough to do more than most give them credit for. Exactly. I mean, you think of like Nick was just saying, these are very, very smart people, and to me, when I look at I guess what I'm trying to say was when I look at the mechanism, it doesn't seem like something that wouldn't be able to be made, that technologically could be made by people of that time. There's nothing like wires or capacitors
Well-
or electrical stuff like that we have that
Yeah,
they
sure.
didn't have. Yeah,
See, the problem with this discussion is we're operating under the modern interpretation of a computer, and that really only
Yeah.
came about in the last 60 years.
Yeah.
For the longest time, a computer was essentially a calculator. Like the whole
Yeah.
purpose of creating was to calculate crunch numbers. The fact that we could use computers for more than that is a very within our grandparents' lifetime kind of thing.
yeah, yeah. So what I'm saying is, technologically, I can see a device like that being made by our ancestors because it doesn't have anything that is really, what is it, gears and other bits and parts that they can be made.
I mean,
They
hell,
could have
the
made all that.
abacus, the abacus,
Yeah.
the first calculator, that dates back
Yeah.
to Egyptian times or earlier.
Yeah, yeah. So I think I think that we're all on the same page. It's just we're having a hard time saying it.
And the thing is, we're still using stuff like abacuses and slide rules as late as
yeah.
as the 70s, because the modern home calculator didn't become really commonplace in your average American until the 70s.
Yeah,
And another argument that I'll posit is just because we have a different technological frame of reference does not necessarily mean that we have it better. Because it's actually been shown that, at least in terms of our house construction, we are actually inferior to our ancestors because they knew how to structure their house in order to allow air to flow and
A lot of that
heat to
is
circulate
also
better.
Modern houses are made with cost in mind. They're kind of made to be cheap, especially American houses. The reason
Oh,
we
yeah.
use timber is because it's cheap and it's easy and it's quick.
Well, I'm not even just talking about stone construction. I just mean things like the layout of the house, certain inventions that were there that allowed for circulation of air.
Well,
You know,
the
things
other
like-
thing with
things
that
like
is
that.
they didn't have central air, so they had to plan their space around it. We have central air, so that's not really a concern for us anymore. So when you say it had better airflow, sure, technology is always designed around the needs of the time. Okay, that, and if houses have central air now. I by the way, I love our streams. We have such high level conversations. I love you guys.
yeah,
So yeah,
yeah. I'm having, but this is probably one of our most engaging streams we've had.
If you have that mathematical engineering ability and they can build near perfect pyramids, they were smart enough to build ocean-going vessels. Just because we haven't found one doesn't mean no one made them.
Well,
That
the thing is,
technically
I would
technically
argue,
that is true.
were they smart enough to make them? I'd argue yes. Did they have a desire
Yeah.
to make them? I'd argue no.
I think that's
They
what my
definitely
point
smart.
was.
Because if we're talking
argument-
about Egypt, okay? They're not even close to the ocean. They're on the Nile. So, at best, their ships just need to navigate rivers. They were a society that didn't really need to navigate oceans. Like, I'm sure if they were on the coast, yeah, they probably would have had really good ocean-going vessels. My point is, were they capable of doing it? Yes, but they didn't need to.
My argument is, yes, they're smart enough to make them, but like Castor himself said, most of the ancient world trading routes were all done along the coastlines. They never ventured out into sea or open oceans, because most people who were recorded going past the coast into deep ocean water were never seen again.
It's like the same argument of like, would Saharan Africans, could they invent the sauna? Are they smart enough to invent the sauna? Yes, they probably could invent the sauna, but they don't need a sauna. That's what, like, that's the northern invention, when the colder climates kind of thing. But like, if you're in Africa where it's like frickin' hot, you don't need to make a sauna. Your whole world is a sauna.
Yeah.
That's my argument. I think that's also Castor's as well. I want to give him credit.
Yeah. It's just, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, they did not need to go to the ocean, but could they? I mean, yeah. I mean, look at like, you know, for instance, let's look on the other side of the globe, the Polynesians. They went all over the Pacific
In
Ocean.
freaking canoes.
Basically, yeah, well, a little more than a giant canoes, and
Takes
you know,
balls.
they even made it to one of the most remote locations on the planet, which is Easter Island. You know,
Yeah.
so yes, so the answer is yes. Ancient civilizations did have the ability to go, you know, to have ocean-going vessels, but the thing is, did they need to or want to? Most of the time, it wasn't. Again, when we're talking about, like, say, for instance, Columbus, the only reason he went across the ocean
Spice.
was for spices. There was a reason. It wasn't, I'm curious about I want to prove the world is round. No, that's modern. That's a romanticism of it.
Did some of these have like the romanticism of the explorer? I'm sure that was part of it. Let's be somewhat fair here. But the ultimate goal was money. It was, I want to explore the world.
Money and spices.
Or I want to discover new trade routes, new people to trade with, more people to steal for the British Museum. Okay, that was a bad joke, but still.
Yeah. But yeah, Easter Island is a great example. Yeah, exactly. There was people who we've been to most places we've been into the world. Somebody's already been there before us. You know, and again, Easter Island is a great example of that because, you know, again, but the thing was, those Polynesians, they were going from you know, island to island, and, you know, could they have gone to America? Probably.
Wasn't like
You
one
know,
of the earliest forms of graffiti they found on like some temple? It was like some Viking ruins, and they translated it. And when it translated, it said like Ivanov was here or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I just love that, the fact that like even back then they were doing like Kilroy was here. I love it.
Oh yeah, times have changed, but people haven't. Yeah, people have always done stupid shit like that.
Like, it would not surprise me if the Romans drew dicks in places.
They did. They did.
Like dick graffiti?
Yeah, it is. There's dick graffiti. Yes. Yeah. Look it up. Look it up. I'm being 100% serious. There's dick graffiti.
It might get me banned, but you know.
We won't put it in the chat.
I mean, you can put it in the Discord chat if you want. That's fine. It's just
Yeah.
hilarious. See, that's the thing that people don't realize. The more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, people haven't changed in thousands of years. Technology, the world, but people are still assholes.
Yeah.
And if you too are an asshole, please give us a like.
All right, I'm putting something in the Discord chat.
Oh my
Here's
god.
here's ancient Roman graffiti.
Alright, let me check this out. What's the comment saying?
I have no idea. Hold on. Where it? Yeah, I'm having a hard time getting to the damn.
Oh, it's not up yet?
Yeah, Easter Island statues are buried up to their neck. Oh yeah. I'm trying to get to the freaking. How in the hell? I can't get to the chat. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it.
Alright, yeah. I don't know why. Is Jason still here? Yeah, he's still here. Oh god! I'm looking at that right now. That is. Oh.
Discovered near Hadrian's Wall.
Of course. Oh,
Yep.
fucking course.
Yep. Like I said, no matter what the age, people are still the same.
Yeah.
Wait, does I hear a familiar Sega sound?
Maybe.
I'm not watching the stream right now, so let me see here. All right, so we've talked about alchemy, we've talked about conspiracy theories, we've talked about
This
the
is a weird
supernatural.
stream. This is a very weird stream. I like it.
It's been a very weird stream for weird games.
What, you calling Sonic 2 weird?
Oh, I mean, you're a blue hedgehog, yeah.
Fair
It's
point.
not normal. But
What are we going to talk about now, Caster?
I don't know. The same thing we do every night, Pinky.
What?
Before we go too much further, I do need to kind of get going. I kind of got a little bit of an apartment emergency to deal with, but
Alright,
it
it's
was
fine.
fun to be on.
Yeah, it was good. We like you.
All right, bye everybody.
Bye.
All right. All right, the mean man's gone, everybody. Don't worry.
Yeah, Sharon isn't here. He can't hurt you.
Humans have genetically been modern humans for as long as they've been human. 10,000 plus years ago, same exact brain matter. Exactly. So, again, I just shared an 1,800-year-old dick pic with Nick here. So, 18,000 or 1,800-year-old. So, yeah, no matter what it is, it's still, dudes are still the same.
Yeah, dudes will be dudes.
Pretty much, yeah. Anywho. Oh, so how was the Suikoden collection?
I gotta say, it's really good. I've only really been playing Suikoden 1. But it's very, very engaging, I must say.
Okay.
Do I have Suikoden on here? No, I don't. I don't think I do. Oh! I mean, if you want to play Suikoden, I have Suikoden 2, the PS1 version. Let's see here. 3 ninjas. What do you guys think I should play, emulator-wise? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, anywho, let's see what's going on in the world today.
What do you have for us, sir?
Let's see here. Trying to think of like what people have been bitching about lately on X.
Well, I know people have been bitching. You know, it's like I swear this topic comes up like every 3 months. You know, like artists versus writers, and it just annoys the shit out of me. Like, you get a lot of artist types coming in like, artists are better, artists are more important. And it just annoys the crap out of me. Because they always, to me, it always comes across so condescending, so arrogant. And it just makes me, like, it just makes me very angry.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's do the flower cup. Alright. I don't know, I feel like some Mario Kart.
Alright.
Yeah, so we're doing some Mario Kart. So, this is probably one of my favorite Mario Karts. It's all nostalgia, I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, the game's not terrible, but, you know, there's probably better ones.
Okay, so let's. So they. Alright, go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I just can't grip how someone can admit that ancient people weren't smart enough to navigate the ocean, but refused to. Did happen. I mean, we kind of resolved that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
we said they weren't smart enough. We just said that they didn't have a need to.
Yeah, like I used the whole sauna argument. Like, could the Egyptians invent saunas? Yeah. Did they need to? No. And it's the same thing with, like, ocean travel.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just like, yeah, were they smart enough? Yeah, they're smart enough because they built, you know, they have built them. They have built them, you know. Then he says, Suikoden 1 basically feels like a short prelude to Suikoden 2.
Fair enough. Yeah, but I got this Suikoden collection on Switch, and it is beautiful. It almost feels like a 2.5D game, and they got like these different effects, like it's in widescreen. It looks gorgeous.
Is it just like a re-release or a remaster?
Remaster, because they added some new graphical elements and whatnot.
And then Time to Wake Up says, has anyone ever had a sleep paralysis incident? Yes, I've had them several times.
I haven't, and I hope I never do.
I've had him several times, and before I knew what it was called, it was absolutely terrifying.
What's the name of your sleep paralysis demon?
Nigel.
I was like, I wasn't expecting an answer, but okay.
Well, you know, I wasn't expecting a question, but here we are. Jason Ingram says he's back. Hey, Jason.
Hey, channel member Jason Ingram. And if you, too, want to be a channel member, you notice how, hey, Caster, you know how Jason has, like, that beautiful little thing next to his name?
Yeah, and how his name is in green so I could see it easier in the chat?
Yes. Jason is part of an elite club. Jason is a torchbearer. I got hit by my own shell. I have only myself to blame. For $5.99 a month, you can be at $4.99. Sorry. You too can be a torchbearer. You get your own icon. Hey, Jason. Can you show some of those screecher emojis, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get you'll do a shout out every stream, which I still need to do that for my 3 members. And exclusive member streams, which I will probably be doing that once we have some more people.
Now, the way sleep paralysis works is, and this is from someone who's experienced it several times. Basically, you are awake, but your mind is still in the subconscious. So basically, you're still dreaming while you're awake. So that's where you get the sleep paralysis demons that people talk about because they feel like there's something heavy on their chest. That's just because their body hasn't woken up yet, but your mind is woken up. So when you are in sleep paralysis, you can hear everything around. You're completely aware. You hear everything around you. If someone's in the room talking, you'll hear them talking. But you can't open your eyes because you're still asleep. And then you can't open your eyes because you're still asleep. You feel like you can't breathe because your body is still in sleep mode.
Oh.
So you're still breathing while you're still doing light breathing that you do when you're asleep, not when you're awake. So you feel like you can't breathe. That's where people feel like they're suffocating. And the thing is, you're trying to wake up, you're trying to open your eyes, but you can't. I've actually heard people say that they've heard me make noise, because I've actually felt like I've been screaming at someone to wake me up, and it just sounds like that's all they hear is you mumbling in your sleep,
Miss
but you
Castor
actually
be
feel like you're,
Castor, you're making sex noises again, and we're not having sex.
yeah. So you're just sitting there, just like yeah, he says, Jason says, I've had opposite of this. I am a lucid dreamer. I am awake, but still dreaming. Yeah. So the thing is, so when you do finally come awake, your mind is still kind of dreaming. So you will see your dreams while your eyes are open. So that's where people get the hallucinations from.
That's wild.
Yeah, so you'll see things for a second. And I remember one time I saw like a dragon or something. And I thought it was actually in the room with me. And then after like 2 seconds, it just went whoosh, just faded, and then you're like, oh shit, because you're dreaming, But it's kind of a scary moment. If you don't know what's happening, it's a very scary moment. So there's actually things to do if you actually have it. Is to one, if you have sleep paralysis and you realize you're in sleep paralysis, try not to panic. Just sit there and wait, and your body will catch up with you. Just don't panic. That's the thing that happens to a lot of people is they start to panic. Don't panic. Just sit there, relax, and eventually you will come around. But people do. But the thing is, with the breathing, people feel like they're suffocating.
Does anyone ever they're trying to go to sleep and they suddenly just get jolted up?
Yeah, that's also something that happens. Like you feel like you're falling. It's because your body, basically your body has this thing where it's like, if you're still long enough, your body goes into automatic sleep mode, whether you're asleep or not. So sometimes you'll be lying there awake, and you haven't moved your body for a while. And your body's like, well, he hasn't moved for a while. He's obviously asleep now. So then your muscles start to relax, and everything just lets go. And when you do that, you feel like you get that feeling of falling because you've lost all tenseness that your muscles were having. You feel that you feel that instant release of the muscle, and it feels like you're falling. That's why you'll jerk back up to. So basically, it's just your body. It's just basically your body falling asleep before your mind does.
Okay.
Because your body's saying, "Well, he's obviously asleep. Go ahead and shut everything off."
Yeah, one of the best feelings in the world is when you lay down to get to sleep and you let out that long exhale, and you can just feel the tension going out of your body. Oh my god, that feels so good.
Yeah.
But
okay, so
also Jason is showing off some screecher emojis in the chat.
There we go. Alrighty, good.
How do those look?
Good.
How do those look?
Those look pretty damn good.
And if you want the ability to drop those screecher emojis, $5.99. $4.99. Oh my god, I'm terrible.
Then time to wake up, which is kind of a ironic name. Says, I mean, we're smart enough to go to the, and then did for no reason, then bragging rights, if you want to go to the Egyptian sauna argument, I mean, it's like,
I mean, we
It's-
we did it as a source of national pride, but look how quickly we also abandoned the space program once that desire was no longer there. Like,
Yeah.
yes, could an Egyptian build a sauna? Yes, that is.
well, and then you also got to think about it. Like, the reason why we went to the moon is basically a big dick swinging match with the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like a little bit of Kennedy attached as well.
Yeah.
We choose to go to the moon, not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
Well, that's the reason why, is because the Soviet Union was doing all that, and we'll be damned if we're gonna let those pinko commies get there before we do. And that's pretty much the whole thing. But
Space race. Yeah, because like,
that's what I'm saying.
because the Soviets
But, like,
had an
but-
early lead in the space race. They're kicking our ass originally.
Oh yeah. But the thing was, it goes back to what you said. It's necessity is the mother of invention. So did people have the ability to make ocean-going vessels? Yes, they did, but they had no need to because they went up and down the coasts.
Yeah.
It wasn't until like they were saying, "Hey, what's beyond that horizon? Do you think we can get to India and get spices? Let's go do it." You know, I think it's worth the risk. You know, that's why they started making, and then once they started doing that, ocean-going vessels started getting a lot bigger. Like, I believe the early boats were actually really small. The Nina Pina and the Santa Marina, I believe those were very small boats. But then, like, once you get to like 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, you have like these giant galleons, you know, that are going across the ocean at this point. You know, with like, you know, with tons of you know, people aboard and stuff. Because they realized, like, hey, we need bigger ships if we're going to go out there.
And there are bigger ships in antiquity. Like, we do see
Yeah.
examples of bigger ships in like the Greece and like the Greek and Roman times. So it's not like, oh, that was like a first thing.
Yeah. Then he says, I used to have dreams where I'm falling and wake up, whole body physically grabbing for something to hold on to right before I hit the ground. Yeah, like I said, that's what I was talking about. You're basically you've been lying so still that your body is just like, all right, he's asleep, shut it off. And then when you do, you're like, oh god, because your whole body relaxes and you feel like you're falling because you feel like that weightlessness for a second, even though you're in the bed, you know.
Yeah.
I've had that feeling too. It's a scary feeling, but that's why you do it, because you just, you know, and it's like I said, it's always like you're still awake, but you're on that precipice of sleep, but you're still awake. And basically your body has gotten there just a little bit before you have, you know.
Yeah.
It's like your body and your mind are both going for the door, and they've already went in, and you're just now opening the door, basically.
That's how
Yeah. Then it says, then Jason Ingram says, they look good. Be thankfully, you're not me. Well, I would have said, 2,099.
Oh god, that would be some money.
And then it says, so navigating the ocean wouldn't be a big deal move. Yeah.
I mean, if the desire was there, yeah, they could probably do it without any issue.
Yeah. Says you guys need to see American Unearthed season 1 and 2. I have no idea. Was that like a History Channel thing?
Yeah, sounds like it.
And then it says, Time to Wake Up says, I've actually had it during long sleeps as opposed to just falling asleep. Well, I mean, that too. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's really bad. I really, like, sometimes I've had it where, like, I feel like I'm just about to go to sleep. Like, I can, like, you can, like, you know how, like, you can just feel it. Like, you're just on the precipice of going to sleep, and then you're just jolted awake, and you're like, mother ducker!
Yeah. Actually had it during a long sleep. Well, I mean, that could be something completely different then.
Yeah.
That could be just like, that could
Sounds
be something
a
like, I don't know.
personal
Well, I mean, this could be, you know, maybe something startled him. Maybe he had a nightmare and didn't realize it when he woke up.
issue. Yeah.
You know, could be a number of things. You know, Because I'm saying because it's sounds different. That sounds different from what I'm saying. So it could be something completely different issue there going on. Okay, there we go. So, anyways, if you want to talk about love and history and everything else between, call 1-800 Caster and
Late night with the Gravedigger.
Late night with the Gravedigger. We got everything going on tonight. We talking about mechanisms and ocean-going voyages and aliens and Ogopogo.
And
We got George.
for the record,
We got George Nori here. How you doing, George? I'm doing fine, Caster. How you doing?
I just want to say, for the record, I do believe in aliens. I think it's like statistically impossible that we are the only race in the universe. It is statistically impossible. Now, from there, the questions become a little bit more dicey. But, because it very well be that, like, yes, there is intelligent life out there, but they either haven't reached a point where they can contact us, or they physically can't. Like, they're so far away.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, this is really. Yeah, like I say, this stream really did feel like an episode of Coast to Coast AM. Like, we had everything. We had conspiracy theories. We had all kinds of stuff. I'm surprised we didn't get into like ghost stories and stuff. That'd be good for one stream.
Oh yeah, that'd be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems when you talk about like the supernatural and the occult and things like that, people gets people talking.
I believe in vampires. I mean, have you met my ex-girlfriend? That is some boomer dad joke right there.
So we will be talking about extra dimensional travel in 10 minutes.
Maybe.
Okay, I'll set the timer. All right, so Dyson spheres to power an Einsteinian Rosen bridge. Sure, let's do that.
I literally just set the timer for 10 minutes.
But
and if you two are liking this stream, please consider giving us a like.
Well, you do have Pagan on the channel. Me.
Yeah.
A Pagan?
Alright, I'm gonna say this. If you guys get me to 10 likes, I will show off full pages of Quartermain. We have about nine or so pages fully colored. And if you want to see the full colored pages, get me to 10 likes and I'll show them off.
Yeah.
In the meantime, what am I going to do? I could do some fusion. Let's do some Super Metroid. I haven't played that on stream yet.
Alright, so we let's see here. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. So, do you watch Invincible?
I do. I've been really enjoying it actually.
Did you watch this week's episode?
Is that about the Invincible War?
The Invincible War, yes.
Yes, I did see it.
All right, okay. So I'm going to talk about it. So if you have not watched the newest episode of Invincible, I suggest you mute this stream for at least 30 minutes, because we're going to be talking about Invincible from a couple days ago.
Yeah, we're putting a big old spoiler tag on that.
And he's time to wake up. Says, "Did I miss the truffle shuffle?" No, we're not doing cinema. Theater.
No, you guys haven't gotten me to 50 likes. If you get me to 50 likes, I'll do the truffle shuffle.
But and then he says, "Yes, I worship ancient Greek gods. Legit. I don't have a group of people or anything like that, but I've been doing it since I was 20." Alrighty.
Okay.
All right. Cool. Yeah, okay. So, anyways. Yeah, cool story, bro. So, anyways, not belittling you or anything, just saying, that's kind of neat. Because I don't think I've ever heard anybody doing that, but that's kind of cool.
I mean, I've met some. I've met a few Odinists.
Okay, I haven't, but but anyways, so yeah, I'm watching Invincible War, and because I don't read the comics, so I only have the show to go by. So I know people are going to be like, "Oh my god, it didn't have this and that." It's like, I understand your pain, but I can only go through the show because that's all I have reference. I do know that apparently in the comic books, this was a giant crossover event with Image Comics. I do know that they had Spawn and Savage Dragon and other big Image Comics names in here. And due to rights holders, they couldn't do a lot of them. They did have some cameos from other comics show up, but
what cameos?
Like like I think they had I don't think they actually had his name, but it was a Tech Jacket.
Yeah, Tech Jacket appeared.
They had him in there. I forget what the wolf character that he's fighting. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really an Image kind of guy, so I don't know a whole lot of the names.
It's the same reason we had the whole Agent Spider thing, because there was this whole storyline during the Angstrom Levy saga where he literally got knocked into the Marvel Comics universe, and they had to help him get back. Yeah.
So but there's like a I forget his name, but like there's a wolf character from Image Comics. He was actually. He was in the Invincible War in the comics, but they replaced his fight with the Spawn fight because they couldn't have him in there, and of course they couldn't have Savage Dragon in there. But they had a couple other characters in there, and
I didn't see Spawn.
No, they didn't. That's what they didn't have Spawn. They had another character that they could use fight one of the marks who had fought Spawn.
Imagine if they did get Spawn and they got like Keith David to voice him.
Oh my god, that would be the highest rated episode of the show. But spoiling my friend, because I don't care. Okay, good. So, anyways, yeah, that was a pretty good episode. Basically, for those who didn't watch it or didn't know or what's going on, basically, villain Angstrom Levy, who can open up dimensional portals, wants to get revenge against Invincible, so he goes and actually recruits a bunch of evil Invincibles from different dimensions, which is kind of crazy because he's kind of get revenge on Invincible. But anyways, he's using them to basically sully his name, so that basically when they're going to cause mass destruction and violence and murder and mayhem, and he wants it so that when people think of Invincible, they're going to think about the Invincible War, and so his name will forever be linked to it and sullied, and probably will happen because I'm not going to lie. So he gets it's interesting the different marks he gets through the dimensions. He gets
Viltrumite Mark.
Viltrumite Mark, one Mark who was apparently in a Viltrumite prison for a year. He gets I looked this up too because I wanted a little bit of context, but apparently the the mark that's in a yellow the yellow cape. I think he's called Sinister Mark because he's like the most evil of them all apparently. But from what I learned is that eventually I guess it's not really a spoiler, but when all those Invincibles got thrown into a different dimension because they're gonna turn on Angstrom. Apparently they do actually end up killing each other. I mean, it's not really a big spoiler, but that's what ends up happening to them. They just turn on each other. let's see here. How about Watchmen? Rorschach was right, never compromised, even in the face of Armageddon. I'll get back to that in a second. So why couldn't they get the other Image characters on the show?
Right.
Rights and stuff. Everything is all bound up in who owns the rights to what and stuff. And
Yeah.
it's a big clusterfuck of just.
Yeah, it's the reason. It's the reason why we had Agent Spider instead of Spider-Man. Like they got one of the Spider-Man voice actors to come back, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. The Mark who thinks CM Punk can really fight Brock Lesnar. Hey, I guess there has to be one out there who can, right?
Can I just?
But
say,
yeah, this is
like that Powerplex guy. I know they got like Adrian Paul, the guy from Breaking Bad, but he does not do a very good job in my opinion. He's just constantly doing like that. He can't keep getting away with this voice.
yeah, it kind of gets on your nerves after a while. That voice that he uses constantly would be better for like more emotional scenes, but he uses it for everything. He uses it for every scene. But if it was like
he's a great actor, he's legit a great actor though, and that's the problem.
great actor, yeah. But he overused that voice. That voice should have been of like that voice he was using for Powerplex should be. I'm on the edge of breaking down, like and crying.
Yeah, in the Breaking Bad scene, it was perfect.
Yeah.
Also, here's the other thing, and this is a huge spoiler. So at the end of the episode, we got Conquest. It was
voiced by Negan.
And you know what's even better? Do you know who voices Invincible?
Yeah.
Glenn.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Let's see here. I read some Gen 13 when they were first created back in the day. Still got my half issue, 0 issue, and number 1 issue signed by one of the artists. Nice.
Sweet.
I understand no Spider-Man crossover, but the other Image characters are still under Image umbrella with Invincible.
Yes and no. The thing with Image is they're a creator-owned company, which means they create like for example, Spawn is owned by Todd McFarlane, Invincible is owned by Robert Kirkman. Like they could legit have Negan show up in Invincible if they wanted to. They literally could, because Walking Dead. That would be kind of weird, but
yeah.
But they could. They could if they wanted to. And if they wanted, and since the Transformers comics are currently under Robert Kirkman's company, have they done an Invincible Transformers crossover yet?
I don't think they have.
But they will eventually. Not to say they could do it in the show, but like the rights are with different characters. Like Savage Dragon is owned by Eric Larson, Screecher is owned by the Phoenix Press, that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I had to slip that in.
But see, also you have like things like movie rights and stuff like that to characters. So certain characters may actually have, while they own the rights to the characters, they may have sold their rights to like put them in movies and television and stuff to
like
other companies.
Example, like you will not see Spider-Man show up in a Disney Plus show, and the reason for that is, the Spider-Man live-action TV rights are owned by Sony. It's the same way, but the same token. All right.
And on that note, the reason we even get Spider-Man in the MCU is because he is on loan from Sony.
Yeah, like all those Spider-Man movies, we got are technically Sony movies.
Technically Sony movies, because what happened was there was such a huge fan outcry to have Spider-Man in the MCU to where people were writing letters to Sony saying, hey, Sony, do you like money? Do you want to make a shit ton of money?
Yeah.
Well, guess what you should do? And that's put Spider-Man in the MCU.
I mean, that's partially,
Yeah.
All right. I haven't like checked the poll. Let's see what the poll says. So, did Epstein delete
No.
himself? No. Okay. That is the result of the poll. Awesome.
All right.
All right. Let's go.
Right, but saying there's no huge corporation roadblock as long as the individual creators owners sign off on it.
I mean, okay. Like, yes. If I'm sure if Robert Kirkman, if they asked Todd McFarlane enough, he might allow Spawn to show up. But that's a special case because Spawn is owned by an individual. Because like Todd McFarlane owns Image and all that stuff.
Yeah, so that's why they could show up in the comic book together. But as far as like on actual other media, there's people who own those rights.
Yeah,
that's different rights. Yes, that's different rights. That's why when Marvel started making movies under Marvel Studios, they couldn't use Spider-Man because they had sold those movie rights to Sony.
Or another example, you notice how like during the first 3 phases, they never said the word mutant, especially like when referring to Pietro and Wanda, they called them enhanced.
Yeah.
Because mutant,
And
they weren't
and they
allowed
never
to have
called
mutants.
them, and they never called them by their superhero names either. They always called them, by their actual real names.
Yeah, like it was only a little bit more recently they started calling her Scarlet Witch.
Yeah.
Like
And that's
I think
because
the
they
first
got-
time they did that was WandaVision.
Yeah, and that's because they finally got that in.
Yeah, same
That's
thing
because
with-
they
yeah.
they absorbed Fox into them, and then they could at that point finally have Wanda called Scarlet Witch because now they were the rights holders at that point.
It's
You
also
know,
why
that-
in like the mid 2010s, Marvel also all of a sudden seemed obsessed with the Inhumans because they were trying to position Inhumans as a replacement for mutants.
Yeah.
That's why when the Ms. Marvel, like when she said, "Oh, I wanted her to make her a mutant, but I wasn't allowed to," I like that seems like a stupid like they're saying it now, but I can believe it. Like that sounds plausible, so I'm gonna choose to believe it.
Yeah, because they had to be very careful of that because mutant was obviously X-Men stuff, and that was big no because Fox owned the rights to all that stuff.
Yeah.
So yes, in the comic books they can have a crossover because Todd McFarlane owns the comic book rights. Yes, he's the creator of the comic. But when it comes to media, that's a whole nother level of shit that you got to watch out for because then you got lawyers back and forth talking to each other, and you got to get special permission. And let me tell you what, they would have to pay it out of the ass of whoever owns the actual TV/movie rights to Spawn. I don't know.
Like for
probably
example,
who are in the movie.
Like for example, let's say I was at a convention and I'm talking with Todd McFarlane and I say, "Hey Todd, can Spawn appear in Screecher?" And let's just say for some really unexplained reason he says yes. Then yeah, that could happen.
But if there's a Screecher television show, no.
Or better example, let's say there's a Screecher television show and they want to adapt that story arc. All of a sudden they can't have Spawn in it.
So now we got to have a made-up character for that. Yeah.
Yeah, hence the Agent Spider thing.
And that's why some characters like didn't appear. That's why they would do certain storylines in the MCU with other characters because they didn't have rights to certain characters. Like I'm pretty sure they didn't have when they did Infinity War, they didn't have Fox yet. I don't think. So
it was happening. Like the deal was getting made.
It was happening, but that's why they had the Hulk get because normally when it happens in the story of Infinity Gauntlet, the one who they find out that Thanos has got the gauntlet and everything is from him beating the absolute shit out of the Silver Surfer, but Silver Surfer is owned by Fox at that point.
Yeah,
so they couldn't do it.
The Hulk is a whole separate ball of rights issues.
But that's what I'm saying. But
Like, that's why we haven't gotten a proper Hulk sequel. The best we've done is they've kind of incorporated in other movies, like put World War Hulk into Ragnarok, or how Brave New World is kind of the Hulk sequel. You know,
Yeah.
kind of thing. Is it has to be in a crossover movie. I think they've now got the rights to him, but I think it might have been a recent thing.
Yeah, so that's why that's why they don't have certain characters, or they use different characters and stuff, because they don't have the movie rights to them, because Marvel, when they were needing money, sold a shit ton of rights to whoever would buy them.
Yeah, like for example, Fox owned the rights to Ghost Rider and Daredevil, and then they did nothing with those characters, and they reverted back to Fox. That's how we're able to get Ghost Rider in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and obviously do the Daredevil series, because they reverted back. And that's also why we got Fan Four Stick. Fan Four Stick was purely a rights retainer.
It says, let's see here. I think I need to reset my predictive text. It's getting bad. Okay. Dorkly has a great Magneto versus Avengers parody clip. I think I've seen that one. Just have a made-up character called the Stub Toe. What I got dropped with the bad guy jokes away.
That's the worst villain of them all.
Yeah, I think the MCU Spider-Man was meh. Too much Tony Stark tech ruined it.
I agree.
I agree. I think they made him too much. Yes, Iron Spider.
He wasn't really Spider-Man until the last 5 minutes of No Way Home.
Yeah. Todd says, I like the cut of your jib, young man. Screech away, Spawn. Screech away.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we get swing away, Meryl. Swing away. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Marvel screwed Marvel, to paraphrase Vince McMahon. They made those awful executive deals because they were going bankrupt in the 90s. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Exactly. So they started giving all these movie deals to everywhere. So, again, so that's why they couldn't. So basically, that long-winded explanation is explaining why they couldn't have Spawn in Invincible, which would have been awesome. But they can't have them in there, and they can't have other certain characters because certain characters have their movie. Now, I don't know who owns Savage Dragon movie rights. I didn't even hear about that.
Larson.
Somebody has that.
Well, Eric Larson owns the property.
Completely?
I'm guessing. I don't know.
Because I
don't know why anyone would want to do a Savage Dragon movie.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's why. Well, I don't know why they would either. To be quite honest. But I'm just saying. But I'm just saying, somebody either he said no, or somebody has those rights and they couldn't use Savage Dragon, because you'd figure they would use, try to at least throw some cameos in there. Man, I tell you what, Savage Dragon, whew, man, keep your politics out of your comics, please, man. But anywho, because he uses Savage Dragon for all his political crap, and it's divisive, and I hate it. Because why can't everybody like a character?
Yeah, for the record, I don't care who you are. I don't care who you vote for. If you like Screecher, you're cool.
Yeah, you're cool. So, anyways, yeah, so they had to get some either made up characters or just characters they could use for the Invincible War, and I thought it was a pretty good episode.
But yeah, so some people say the comic really goes downhill after the Conquest thing, and they were comparing it to because remember Negan showing up and it killed the show, and now we have the actor for Negan, and he's going up against Glenn again. The parallels are just so delicious.
Yeah. And again, I have no comment on that because I have never read the comic, which I would like to go read it.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can find some paperback or some omnibuses.
Apparently there's a storyline where she gets pregnant and she gets extra thick, and they make a whole big deal out of it.
Yeah, I've seen her when she's extra thick, and I'm just like, you know what? I kind of like that, and
I dig it. I dig it.
I dig it.
Thick
I dig
Eve.
it. But
Thick Eve.
Thick Eve, yeah. But anyways, yeah, I think like after watching the Adam Eve special and her like whooping ass in that one, it's really hard to see her get her ass kicked in this one because
Supposedly
I
she
was
has
like,
limiters placed on her.
okay,
You know, kind of thing. But yeah,
I guess
I do
don't know.
love the Adam Eve character, by the way. I think that special was really good.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm saying. She was like, whooping ass during that thing. So it's the fact that like, she kind of got her ass whooped in this one. I didn't like.
Yeah.
Well, she could have got her ass whooped, but they could have like made it to where like she was like holding her own, and then she gets one cheap shot in, and it's all over. Because again, she is human, so she's not going to have super durability.
Yeah.
So her getting like they get a hand on her, that's pretty much over. But I wish she would have went down a little bit, going down fighting a little bit more. And then Mark boo-hooing over her for half the episode. I really thought that he would go out there and try to save his brother because his brother was out there doing shit. And I was like, you're really going to let your little brother out there all by him lonesome? Which he really wasn't by his lonesome. He actually teamed up with some other people, but
Yeah, he's doing pretty good for himself.
But I'd say, you know what? I would say as his first real solo mission, I would say he knocked it out of the ballpark.
I'd agree.
What
comments we got?
What comments we got here? What do we have? Let's see here. Who did the character tune in the 90s? I don't know what that means. I really wouldn't want Disney ruining X-Men, though. It's gonna happen. Till you're 90. Sometimes TV animation rights are different from film. It is. Yeah, it is. It would be out of character for McFarlane to make a bad executive media deal. I know you just didn't think that with a straight face. Maybe Todd was just like, pay me Bezos, you bald bastard, and he didn't want to pay up, or he didn't want to pony up. Oh, that's funny.
I'm sorry, I just had like the most stupidest Twitter comment. I have to read it to you guys. It is so freaking stupid. Because like we're doing like this artist versus writers debate, and this is like encapsulates the problem I have. One second, let me finish the thing. Oh, it's just so terrible. Alright, there we go. So it says, look at it this way. An issue of G.I. Joe with no words is one of the most iconic issues of all time. An issue with a comic with no art is not a comic. Comic work without words because art is as a storyteller. They don't work without art. Writers are second fiddle, always will be. Fuck you! Fuck you, you arrogant piece of fucking shit. Sorry. I can't stand those fucking pricks. I can't stand them. You killed comics in the 1990s. You and your extravagant ways killed comics in the 90s. What does it take to get through your pea brain? Every time an artist thinks that they can write, they create some of the worst pieces of shit known to man. Stay in your fucking lane. Sorry. Caster?
I'm just hiding in the corner.
Am I wrong?
There are writers. There are artists who are good writers too.
Yes. But for every Todd McFarlane, there is a million Rob Liefelds, Jim Lees, Eric Larson.
Yeah.
Art people who are objectively great artists. I mean, look at Jack Kirby, one of the best artists ever. Couldn't write for shit. Try and read.
Well, see-
Try and read New Gods and tell me it's good writing. You can't.
Well, see, like I always imagine, I always like to imagine like Stan Lee and Jack Kirby in an office together, just spitballing ideas back and forth between each other. Because like again, Stan Lee was the writer.
Yes, and was there like the so-called Marvel method where a lot of the artists took some of the storytelling? Yeah, but they were, a lot of them were still dealing with like blurbs from Stan. Like Stan would send them, be like, okay, like 2 or 3 sentences, like, okay, this is like a wisp of a plot. They'd write it, and then Stan would fill in the words. Stan's still doing a lot of the work.
Yeah.
But like, look at Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
That's why I like
by Todd McFarlane. That is some of the most unreadable garbage I've ever read. Thankfully, Todd got better, but still. And the thing is, I have a name for it: artist who writes syndrome. Sorry, go ahead.
I forgot what I was gonna say. No, I was gonna say because, like, for the longest time, like, comics were like mostly a collab between the artist and the writer. Working hand in hand.
They still are. They still are.
Yeah. Well, I know, and they still are. And I think you can have an artist without a writer if they're talented enough to do both.
But that is not the norm. It is the exception.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, does it exist? Yes.
Yeah.
But like I said, for every Todd McFarlane, you have 30 to 40 Rob Liefelds.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at like for instance, like Common America, for instance, they have a artist and a writer combo team.
Yeah. What's the comment saying? I got a bit on Hinge there for a second. I do apologize, guys. I'm so tired of this debate. It comes up every few months, and these artists act like arrogant frickin' pricks. I need to like stop cursing.
It says let's see, maybe okay. The dragon character you were talking about in the 90s had a cartoon. Oh yeah, Savage Dragon. He had a cartoon on USA Network. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. I used to watch it. It is okay. It was all right. Well, I didn't like, I didn't go, oh boy, it's 9:30, time for the Savage Dragon, and it's just kind of like, it's on after this one. it's on after Mortal Kombat. The animated series. But so yeah, like I said, like maybe I don't know who would have the cartoon rights, if he does have them or not. I don't know. So I don't know why Savage Dragon. Because you think like they would, if they could use some bigger image names, they would. So I don't know why they didn't have Savage Dragon. I don't know. Maybe, like I said, maybe there's a rights holder somewhere and they're just said, I can't do it. You need to jump in. Do you need to jump in again?
What?
I guess I don't know. That's what Jason Anger says. Do you need to jump in? Again.
I don't understand what you're saying, sir. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I believe it was the artist who gave Superman his ability of flight, which he wasn't supposed to have. And then Black River Kai says, "Huh? That was because of the cartoon." And then Time to Wake Up says, "The pencilists are the true comic book heroes."
He's really testing. I'm kidding, buddy. I know you're being a butthole, and I know you're being a butthole. It's okay.
And then Jason Ingram says, "I just put that fool in his place." I guess maybe he said something on Twitter. I don't know.
Oh,
Or
yeah,
X.
yeah, because I did like quote tweet it. Yeah, like I got into it with Joe M. Sontag. Like Joe's a good guy. He was a bit more reasonable, but you know, that guy was just a straight up ass. I'm sorry. Caster, I quote tweeted if you want to go look at what he said, and the thing is, I don't know if you saw, but like, and he's like, he went straight to the insults, like, oh, mid tier artist, blah blah blah, like, dude, that is not the argument of a person who knows they're right.
Yeah.
You know, going straight to the insults.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you're just a fucking asshole. And it's right, like, this is... Okay. What do you want to say, Caster? You obviously want to say something.
No, I'm listening. You know, I'm just...
Yeah, you're just like, I don't want to get into this, so I'm just going to agree with everything he says.
No, I'm just listening to what you're saying.
Oh, well, you're not really adding anything to it.
Oh, I mean, I kind of agree with you, so I'm just listening to you.
Alright. And yeah, it's just a stick up my ass.
Yeah,
like, comic
you,
artist free, right? Like, literally, he said we're second fiddle. Screw you.
You see, that's again, that's just ignorant to say that, because I mean,
like, here's my
again,
and I'm not even saying writers are more important. I'm saying it's the concert of the two that makes comics. Like, yes,
yeah,
there's a few comics out there that are silent, but like, you know, that's not the majority.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
like, okay, one or two people have made a silent comic, cool, but that is not what comics are. Like, this is basically my stance. Good art brings people in. Good writing stays in there. Case in point, do you want to know how, like, X-Men #1 by Jim Lee? Do you know how much that sold?
the
comic.
You talking about like the one from the '90s that everyone was scrambling to get?
Yeah. Sold 8 million copies. The best-selling comic of all time. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to know how much issue 2 sold?
I know it sold significantly less.
Exactly. Thereby proving that, like, yes, the artist brought people in for that one issue, but he couldn't keep them.
Well, that and also people were kind of bamboozled into buying issue #1, you know, thinking it was going to be worth something, and they didn't care about buying #2. So they kind of screwed themselves on multiple fronts there, because one, people didn't want to come back for #2 for several reasons, and one of them was bad storytelling, and two was
So, X-Men #2 sold roughly 600,000 comics, okay?
Yeah.
It sold over 7 million copies less.
Yeah.
Like, that goes beyond just, like, you know, collector boom. That's just straight out, like, you know, kind of thing. And also, like, all of the Image stuff. The only one that ever actually had a lasting relevance was Spawn. Yes, Savage Dragon sold well. Gen 13, all those ones sold well, but, like, do you even hear them talking about them now?
Nope.
Yeah, they're not relevant.
Let's see here. I meant me. I was in between you and the artist. I put the artist in quotations. I put in my word on it earlier. Okay.
Thank you.
And it says,
Daily
Peller says,
this is a new one, though.
yeah. Daily Peller says, you don't like Jack Kirby's writing. He had some great stuff, in my opinion. However, that's writing and then being a writer, not just an artist.
Yeah, like that's why I say there's I call it artist who write syndrome. Is when you have an artist who thinks, "Oh, I'm a writer, I can write," and they write the most god awful shit ever.
It says when someone starts with the insults, they have voluntarily forfeited the argument. In my opinion, that's true.
Exactly. The fact that he
I'm
went to it
saying,
so quickly too.
and then Daily Pillar says, "I'm saying writing is more important. It doesn't matter if a creator wears multiple hats. Their writing still needs to be the most important to the comic. A silent comic is still a I can't even say it, sequential story. Um, I mean, the '90s is a bad example because collecting just started up and blew up Beanie Baby style, and overproducing is what got Marvel into their money problems. Um, but yeah, I agree. I agree with Daily Pillar there. Yeah, you could have multiple hats. You can be a good artist and a good writer.
Now
but
the dude is literally making up rules. It's like, oh, reposting is a sign of a weakling. This guy is like, okay, I gotta block him. He is arrogant trash.
Yeah, he's just doing it to piss you off. But yeah, like I agree with Dave. What Dave there said. You could have multiple hats. You can be a good artist and a good writer, but you have to be a good writer.
I just blocked him. I'm not putting up with this shit. I don't care if he does like, I got him to block me. No, I don't care. I don't care. I'm done with your shit. I'm not gonna deal with this.
Yeah, don't give him any more. Yeah,
I blocked him. I literally blocked him. I'm done. And
as I'm saying, just don't fuck with it because it's just pissing you off.
Yeah, literally, I recognize that, and it's just gonna get worse. There's no point. I blocked him. I know he's gonna do the post of like, soft boy blocked me. I don't care. Take your W, bro. I don't.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't want a debate. He wants an argument, and that's what it is.
Yeah,
so,
and I just denied him. I just
Yeah. So, that's what I'm saying. So there's no point in just yeah. I was gonna say there's no point in continuing it because this is dumb.
Agreed.
Because they're being dumb,
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. Like I said again, I agree with Dave there. If you have to be a good writer, like. You have to be a good writer, and it can also be by coincidence you're also a good artist,
Yeah.
But you have to be a good writer. You can't just be an art. You can't be a good artist and a so-so writer. You have to be both if you're going to do both.
Yeah, like this is like a worrying trend I've noticed with a lot of indie creators. It's like they're obsessed with like the '90s era of comics, and they want to they try to bring back the mentality. Like they treat like these comics as like they're collector's items, which is why they can justify like okay, I'm just gonna say it, like the stuff that Ethan Van Sciver does. Is Ethan a good artist? Debatable, but a lot of people consider him to be.
Yeah.
But he cannot write worth crap. That is not up for debate.
Yeah. I hope by invoking his name you didn't summon anybody.
I mean, if more views for the stream, I say.
I guess. All right, guys, I'm out tonight. See you whenever.
Oh, who's
all
leaving?
Right, Jason.
All right, Jason. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being here. I appreciate
Yep, really appreciate it.
All right.
But yeah, so. But yeah, and that's I think that's that '90s mentality is also like what is happening in the indie space right now. Is you get every Tom, Dick, and Harry who can draw, putting out their own comic book.
Yeah.
And a lot of them do kind of flounder and fail because they're just the one man team. They can't really, Well, it's either they can make a good comic and they do have good talent. They just can't do writing, art, marketing, sales, all that stuff that you need to do your thing.
Like look at okay, I guess I'm shit talking people now. Bottle's already been like look at the stuff with Malin. Like Godlike. He got a lot of criticism for like the poor writing of the book. Is the art good? I mean, it looks fine. You know, I mean, not my type of thing, but you know, and we see this all the damn time.
Yeah.
That's why I call it artists who write syndrome.
And then you have the reverse, where you have good writer, bad artist, which is
it's rare, but it happens.
It's like the creator of One Punch Man. Can't draw to save his life. You know, he draws like doodles, and then one day, but he had good writing, and a lot of people liked his web comic he did, and one of his fans was an artist who does the King of Tennis manga, and was like, "Hey, buddy, would you like it if I redid all this?" And he was like, "Hell yeah, I would." And so then that's when we get like the modern, like, instead of doodles, we get actual like cool pictures and stuff. So he redid all his web comics. So yeah, it was just like, yeah. So it was like that was kind of reverse, where we had like bad artist, good writer. Then he says, Daily Pillar says Jack Kirby's writing was a precursor in some to Grant Morrison, one of my favorite writers. Just a matter of taste, I suppose. And then Time to Wake Up says, a great video game with mad graphics is still a good video game. A crap video game with great graphics is a crap video game. I agree. Yeah, that's like.
To be fair, there's also a lot more that goes into video games.
Yeah. But I think what he's saying is like a video game with, you know, like say dated graphics, like what you're playing now. You know, it's a fun game, but you know.
Yeah.
You know, the gameplay is what matters there. You know.
Also,
you don't have
the graphics still hold up for this game.
Oh yeah. But if you have a game with like so-so graphics, but the gameplay's fun, then you know, hey, you know, that's what matters. Let's see. So then Daily Pillar says it's too bad more indie creators aren't taking inspiration from '90s Vertigo comics.
Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, the inspiration for Screecher was late 90s comics. Like the Chuck Dixon Nightwing run was a huge like, Caster, you've read Screecher. Would you agree you can see that inspiration?
Yes, definitely.
Like, yeah, because like, oh, the charge beam, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. He says from 90s Vertigo comics, far preferable to the, quote, die-cut foil #1 muscle pouch man, end quote, successors.
Because, like...
Man, they did love them pouches, didn't they?
Yeah, Rob Liefeld, especially.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, God. This is
I love that.
Kraid.
I love that parody where someone made a guy called Pouch Man.
And then Rob Liefeld stole it. He literally stole it.
Yeah.
No,
that's actually,
yeah, that happened.
Yeah. Like Reaper Kai says, sup again. We didn't know you left, buddy. We thought you was here the entire time, but we're glad you're back.
Welcome back. We missed you. Alright, getting my energy back. And it's like, see, my thing is, like, I get, like, you're saying, writers are more important. I don't know. I prefer to be diplomatic about it. Like, my thing is, I prefer like them both equal, because I don't want this to be a pissing contest of who's more important. I think that distracts from what we should be doing. You know, I don't want to have the debate of art's more important, writing's more important. I don't want to have that debate. I just want to, like, let's make cool comics.
I think they're both needed. You know,
I agree.
You know, and I think that's the problem people have. Can one person wear multiple hats? Absolutely. You know, but you can also have two people wear one hat.
Oh God, I think this is a soft lock. Yeah, I soft locked myself. Crap. Yeah, that's a soft lock. I forgot about that. Wait, actually, I could just restart from a save game. Alright.
You know, this is off topic.
That's fine.
Has someone checked on James Cameron?
Why?
Is he still in his basement making Avatar movies?
Well, he's either doing that or he's ruining his old movies.
Because
have you heard about the 4K? Like he's been doing like 4K restorations of his movies, and he's been using AI,
oh no!
and they look like absolute garbage.
So he's doing the Lucas thing.
Yeah,
no.
like the whole. Oh, let's crank that DNR slider way up.
Oh no!
And
Yeah. That Blu-ray collection is travesty.
It's even worse for the
Like they released that it was like the six disc Blu, like it was like the prequels and the original trilogy Blu-ray collection, and George, my God, he kept adding stuff to it, and it was just here's what I don't understand. Okay, like some of the stuff he added to it just seems so inane. Like you look at it and you go, why, George? Why did you need to add this? Like, for instance, he put more rocks in front of R2-D2 when he's in the valley where they where he meets Obi-Wan Kenobi in the first movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he's hiding behind rocks. Well, he digitally put more rocks in front of him.
More rocks.
And I'm like, yeah, more rocks. And I'm like, George, why? Like, as I'm saying, there's so many like just dumb things he added to it, and I'm just
I
like,
get some stuff, like I'm sorry, the original version of the Emperor from Empire Strikes Back looks really bad, and the new version I think is better. Also, in the original version, Luke's lightsaber was green from A New Hope. It should have been blue, and he fixed that. Like, that's a fix in my opinion.
well, I don't know. Well, here's the thing. I really wish that they would have the theatrical releases for those who want them,
Apparently,
and not hide them.
Apparently, it's on Roku if you can find it.
No, well, I mean, because like you either to get the special editions that they released in the '90s or whatever they did since then, but to find the ones they actually had back in the '70s and early '80s, it's almost you have to almost find like VHS copies at that point. I mean, it's crazy.
Wait, you saying finding VHS copies of the original cut of Star Wars? Here,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go on a journey to find the VHS copy of A New Hope. I will be right back.
Oh, well, I guess he has one.
Oh look! Here's a VHS copy! Oh no, I found it! It was on my shelf the entire time.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying. You have to,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to show off.
Yeah, show how cool you are.
Alright, I'm holding it up to the camera. I don't know if you can see it. But yeah, this is a VHS copy. It's from, I think it's from 1984, so it's a little bit the later one, but it's still like the original cut.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like they don't have those cuts for people who want them, and I think it's just kind of stupid that they didn't.
Well, there are ways.
But there are ways, but
have you
use
looked into
roundabout
fan edits?
ways.
Have you looked into fan edits?
No.
Look up Harmy's Despecialized Edition. That's like a fan cut of the original Star Wars.
But anyways, James Cameron right here it says James Cameron says his next Avatar, I don't know why it's in quotes, his next Avatar film, Fire and Ash, will be even longer than 2022's The Way of Water, which clocked in at 3 hours and 12 minutes. In a nutshell, we've had too many great ideas packed into one. In a nutshell, we had too many great ideas packed into Act 1 of Movie 2. The film was moving like a bullet train, and we weren't drilling down enough on the character. So I said, guys, we've got to split it. And for that reason, Camera teased Movie 3 will actually be a little bit longer than Movie 2. James, I hate to tell you, buddy.
Yeah, James.
No one gives a shit about Avatar.
It's like the movies are so weird because like they come out, they make $1 billion, and then no one ever talks about them again.
Well, it's like, people talked about Avatar for a little while, but I mean, what was the distance between Avatar 1 and 2? Like what, 10 years almost?
Yeah.
So it's like that far of a gap between the two. That's yeah. And at that point, people were over it. I mean, at first it was kind of like the cool movie thing, and people went to watch it, and then there were people self-delete themselves for stupid reasons over it. And oh, you don't know? Oh my God, yes.
What the heck?
There were people who were there was a group of disturbed individuals who would watch these movies and go, "Oh, I wish I could live on Pandora. It's so peaceful and better than my own life." So what they would do is they would self-delete themselves and hope that they would be reincarnated as whatever those blue aliens are called in the Avatar movies. I am not joking. It was a there was quite a bit of people doing it. And people were kind of worried about it for a little bit. Yeah, it was a thing.
That is please don't do that. Please, for the love of God. If you want proper Avatar, watch The Last Airbender.
Yeah, it was crazy.
What's the comment saying?
It says not a soft lock. You can moach ball across it.
Moach ball? What's that?
I guess talking about the ball mode.
Yeah, I got that.
Turn the skin of the actors into wax. Awful.
Yeah, DNR. That's like cranking up the DNR filter does.
And Black River Kai says, I have it. And then it says, heard that Disney has been trying to sell Star Wars for 7 months, but no one wants to buy the dumpster fire that they created. Jesus Christ, can you blame them?
I mean,
the Emperor.
The thing is, here's the thing. Just know it could always be worse. Imagine if Amazon buys Star Wars. Like you think, like you won't be what we like you want that reevaluation of the sequels. People say, oh, like maybe the sequels were good. We will get that.
Anyways, the Emperor in Empire looks way more creepy, alien, and effective, but doesn't match with Jedi. And it says, I have the theatrical DVDs that came as bonuses on the special editions from Walmart. Nice.
Yeah, aren't they just like Laserdisc transfers though? Like they're kind of not the best quality.
Yeah, I think they would have to be Laserdisc. Yeah. Let's see here. I've never watched any of them. The first Avatar, and that was only when it came on satellite or cable TV.
Yeah, I think I've seen like
Uh,
Avatar once, and that was like
yeah.
when it premiered on HBO, when that was still kind of a big deal of a movie premiering HBO.
Avatar is so strange. It's like the sci-fi fantasy film, or it's like the sci-fi fantasy nerd film for normies. No fandom, no tie-ins, no other media, just normies who flooded the cinema. That's
That's
kind of an
that's
accurate
yeah,
description.
that's a scarily accurate description.
Yeah, but there was a lot of people. Yeah, there was a lot of people who, and that's the thing. If you want to if you like the movies, that's absolutely fine. But like, the thing is, like, I think they put all their ducks, or put all their eggs in one basket because, like, again, I know you want to strike when the fire is hot, but they've kind of let the fire cool down, and now they're trying to reheat it. And the thing is, no one cares anymore. If they had made Avatar 2, like, and released it within a few years of the first, like maybe even within 5 years of the first Avatar movie, then yeah, we'd be sitting there
The
going, oh
problem
yeah,
with
cool.
Avatar is the movie is
It
essentially a
takes,
gimmick.
it
It was
is,
made to promote 3D movies.
yeah,
And as a movie itself, it's just okay. The story itself is not original. It's basically the Trail of Tears. It is the
it's
Trail of Tears.
dances with wolves, you know.
It's literally like there's so many movies you could compare it to, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. Last Samurai. It's all them kind of movies. But the thing is, it's
Man
like
comes to
it's
foreign
even
land, gets some foreign
for,
pussy. Um,
it's Fern Gully.
oh God, I haven't thought about that
But
movie in a long time.
but the thing is, like, they like I'm saying, what I'm saying is it did have a media impact. It was culturally relevant. It was a big movie, and people did see it, and people did enjoy it, and it was a cultural phenomenon for like maybe a year or two, and then like, yeah, and then like you said, it just screeched to a halt. Yes, I did mention Screecher.
Did
It
somebody
screeched
say
to a halt.
Screecher?
Yeah, it
You knew
screeched
I was
to a
gonna
halt.
say it. You knew I was gonna say it. So
Yeah, there you go. Say it. So what I'm saying is it screeched to a halt, and now they're saying, okay, well, since this movie did so great, we're gonna make 9 films from it, and it's like, hold on, buddy, calm down. Like,
right.
you had one success. Let's finish your plate first before we start on another one. So
Like one
so that's
franchise that I wish got 9 films was Pacific Rim. Oh my God, I love that movie, and that had so much lore to it. Like they could have made 9 movies out of it.
they had so much lore for one fucking movie,
Yeah, like for
and
example, did you heard of something called Oblivion Bay? That's literally the graveyard for Jaegers.
oh wow.
Yeah, there's so much
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
lore.
Yeah, there's so much lore, and the second one wasn't that great. I didn't think it was terrible, but it wasn't that great. It didn't live up to the first one at all. But yeah, it's the sequel killed that movie. That's what it was, because they just couldn't top the first one, and I don't know. I don't know. That would, like you said, maybe in an alternate timeline they made good Pacific Rim movies. I like to be part of that timeline.
Yeah.
You know what I like to be part of a timeline? I like to be part of a timeline that has more fucking Keith Urban, fucking
Oh God.
Judge Dredd movies. Can I get those,
They
please?
have been trying, like, they had, like, the Mega City 1 thing. What's
Like
crazy
I'm
is,
telling you, like
that movie
Judge.
is mostly a Judge Anderson movie. It's pretty much a Judge Anderson movie.
Yeah, like Judge Dredd, the 2012 Judge Dredd movie. It brought me back to the to the 80s and early 90s of action movies.
Yes.
That movie was such a good action. Like it was like the pacing was just on point because we had a simple plot. They're trapped. We got to get. Yeah, we're good guys are trapped. We got to get the hell out of here. We got to find a way to get out of here. That's pretty much the plot. And it was like they did so much with that, and it was such a good action movie. And he kept his fucking helmet on the entire time, which was what they supposed to do it. Which I was like, this is a great movie. And then we never got him again, and I was so mad. I was like, why can't we get every time we get a good movie, it dies in the fucking ether. But then we get
sometimes we get.
But then we get
it gets a good sequel and then it dies, like Creed.
Yeah, and then it just dies, and then we get or we get 1,000 sequels of like a stupid movie that no one gives a shit.
Like, have you seen Creed? I thought it was an amazing movie, and Creed 2 I actually really liked.
Time to Wake Up says Pacific Rim, meh. And then Cloverfield greater than Pacific Rim.
I'm gonna be honest, I've only really seen 10 Cloverfield Lane. That's the only one I've seen.
I have no desire to watch Cloverfield. It looks dumb. I hate found footage movies.
Have you seen Chronicle? It's a found footage superhero movie. It's I like it. It's kind of interesting.
Daily Impaler says Dread. Now that's 9 movies I wish that happened. That's what I'm fucking saying. Like shit. Give me that. That's what I want.
Inject that straight into my veins, mother effer.
Exactly. One of the best comic book films of this century, period. I'm going to agree with you on that one. That was yeah. Mm-hmm. I even forgot for a second that it was a comic book movie. Yeah, look how great it was. I mean, like I said, it didn't have to have it gave you just enough lore that you needed, right? Didn't do too much on exposition. Gave you the lore that you needed at the beginning of it. Let the setting and sound, like, let everything else explain the lore to you. You know, show don't tell, basically. And then it had a very simple plot. We got we're gonna check out these drug dealers, or we're gonna check out these drug dealers in this one neighborhood. Neighborhood gets locked down by the drug dealers. We gotta get the fuck out. Like, we gotta figure out how to get out of here without getting killed. And it becomes like a game of cat and mouse, and it was exciting. Loved it. Chick had psychic powers, which was a pretty cool twist to the movie.
Also, Olivia Thornberry is hot as hell.
She is hot as hell, and I'm gonna tell you what, chick who plays Cersei Lannister, she did a great job as
Lena Headey.
Lena Headey. She did a great job as the villain. I thought she was like a real big sadistic bitch in that movie, and I loved it.
I mean, to be fair, she does play a really good villain, even on Game of Thrones. Like, love her or hate her.
Oh yeah.
Like, that girl can play a villain.
Yeah, she can play a bitch. One of the best comic book films of the Chronicles, great. Those are probably the only 2 found footage movies that I've seen or liked. All the Cloverfield films are mediocre. J.J. Abrams, mystery box, BS, interacting with kaiju genre.
Yeah. I am lost. Also,
but
the irony of saying that right after talking about J.J. Abrams is kind of funny.
Yeah.
I did not plan that, by the way.
Jar Jar Abrams.
Oh, speaking of conspiracy theories, get us back on track. What do you think of the conspiracy theory of Darth Jar Jar?
I think that it is a joke that went too far.
Okay.
I think if you're trying to make Jar Jar more than what he is, which is dumb comic relief, very failed comic relief, I think it's just trolling at this point.
Fair
It's like
enough.
saying, Chewbacca is a Sith Lord the entire time. You know, just I think it's just trolling. I think it's just. I mean, it's fun because to me, I think it's funny. I don't think it should be taken seriously in any way. You know,
What
because
comments do we have?
um, Black Reaper guy says, "No, you're mediocre. What about Paranormal Activity? Thoughts?"
Never seen it. I'm not much of a horror buff, honestly.
I will say that I did watch Paranormal Activity when it came out. I will say that I did like it. I don't normally like found footage stuff. I think it's cliche. I don't know. A lot of times they're just done wrong, and I don't really care for it. I think the first movie was done pretty good, and then I think that it basically became corporate schlock right after that. I think it should have been a one and done kind of thing, but again, corporate said make 15 of them, and that's what they did, and it's the same movie for all 15 of them.
I can see that.
I thought the first one was okay. I went and saw it. I thought, okay, this is kind of scary. There was actually like legitimately scary parts in it. And it wasn't anything like here's what I thought was scary in the movie was the fact that okay, the people think they have a ghost in the house, right? And they're recording themselves. They're like, okay, we're gonna record ourselves sleeping. Whatever. We got the camera going, and to me, the creepiest parts aren't when like out of control shit's happening, like doors are slamming shut and things are flying off the table, and it's like poltergeist kind of stuff. It's the real subtle shit in a ghost movie that should creep you out. And what creeped me out about that was there's a scene where they're like, okay, we're gonna start we're gonna record ourselves sleeping. So they go sleeping and they kind of do like a little fast forward thing to like later in the night. And then you see the doorknob slowly turn, the door slowly open. And the thing was, they put baby powder on the floor. And then you see footprints in the baby powder walking towards the bed, but they aren't footprints, they're hoof prints. So you're like, oh shit.
It's a demon.
And that's when exactly, and that's when that's when the shit starts happening, when they like grab someone's leg and pulls them off the bed, and they're like, oh my god, that's when they start pulling the sheets back. But it's like it just like that to me was like the subtlety of that. That was the creepier part, was letting your imagination run wild.
See, this is why like low budget horror movies tend to work, because horror at its most basic relies upon it's what you don't see that scares you the most, and it's that aspect. That is why low budget horror movies are some of the most that is why giving a budget to a horror movie can sometimes be a bad thing.
Well, it's like the golden rule: never show your monster until the final act.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like in the movie Alien, right? You never got a good glimpse of it. You got snippets here and there, but you never really got a good full-on shot of it until like near the end of it.
And we
saw
a lot of them in Aliens, but Aliens is not a horror movie; it's an action movie.
It's an action movie, but the first Alien movie was a horror movie.
Agreed. Yes.
And that's what, and they kept that thing where it was like, we're going to show you quick snippets of it, but you're never going to get a good glimpse of it, and that plays on your imagination. Like, what did I just see? Holy crap! Did that thing have like 5 teeth or 5 mouths, or what the hell's going on? Yeah. So it's like, what the hell? Okay, so then someone says, what about Paranormal Activity? Thoughts? Cloverfield is less a kaiju film and a more of a finding one's self-importance film. Watch real found footage movie Cannibal Holocaust
Oh God,
wreck,
no,
etc.
no. I know.
Yeah,
I know exactly
yeah,
the movie you're referring
yeah,
to. I am not
yeah,
watching that.
yeah. I'm not watching that either. I'm sorry. Um, the Jedi created Darth Vader by letting his mom suffer her fate. There are many fails other than Jar Jar.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's a whole nother discussion, though. Um,
Someone says, I like number two. I guess Paranormal Activity.
oh,
And
okay.
that's fine. And that's fine. If you like it, you go right ahead. You like it. I thought at that point it was already. I thought that part they already jumped the shark.
Yeah.
You know, because at that point it already seemed formulaic. Because it was hitting the same beats as the first movie, and at that point it's just like, all right. Has anyone ever seen the movie Pandorium?
It sounds familiar.
No, I have not seen that. Why don't you enlighten us, sir?
I mean, if you're gonna recommend sci-fi movies, that actually might catch my attention because I am a huge sci-fi nerd.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Caster, have you seen the movie A Boy and His Dog?
I've seen movies about a boy and his dog, but I haven't seen a movie named A Boy and His Dog.
It's a post-apocalyptic movie from the 70s. It was it was a big inspiration for Fallout.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact,
I can just from the name, I can see why.
in fact, in the Fallout TV show, when Cooper is walking down, one of the posters is like referencing A Boy and His Dog.
Okay.
But it is a really messed up movie, by the way. I think you'd like it.
All right.
Just be aware it's very 70s.
Oh, do they got like afros and disco balls?
No, and just like the tone and how they present things. So it's like a good and a bad thing.
Oh, okay. So it's gonna be kind of over the top a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, there is some sexy stuff, I guess.
Oh. He says it's kind of like Alien meets Event Horizon, but different. And then Black Reaper Kai says, nah, it adds why that picture was in the attic, and it was telling the first couple, it was telling that the first couple, it was your sister's husband, and that brought this upon you also. The demon gets revenge. Yeah. And then, Trying to Wake Up says, it's an underrated gem in my opinion. Alright. I'll give it a shot.
Yeah. But yeah, I love me a good sci-fi movie. Caster, have you seen the movie Children of Men?
What's the movie?
Children of Men.
The name sounds familiar, but no, I don't think I've seen it.
It's a movie from the mid 2000s. It's about a society that stops being able to make babies.
Oh yeah. And then there's like that awesome car chase scene.
Yeah, and basically Clive Owen's character, there's a woman who's pregnant, and he has yeah.
There's that awesome chase scene which is all in one shot.
Yeah, my favorite scene is there's these like two groups of people who are fighting like a war in like an apartment building, and then all of a sudden they find out that this woman is pregnant, and so they're all walking out and they're all looking at her in awe, like it's kind of like a Christmas truce kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then like all of a sudden someone does a shot and the war is back on. It was just such a poignant scene.
Threads is a futuristic nuclear apocalypse and post-apocalyptic film. And then Black River Kai says, also, Nick, I can't stand on the mountain with you when people made me feel like I belong beneath them.
Oh, wait. What happened, brother? What happened? Tell me. Okay, I gotta check this out. If somebody's messing with my boy.
It says, I've seen Children of Men. It's pretty decent.
Alright, fair enough. Sorry, Black Reaper, could you DM me the like share me the comment in on Twitter at the issue, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, if anyone's messing with our boy.
Yeah. There will be hell to pay.
Yeah, no one messes with Black Reaper Kai and lives to tell about it. But yeah, Chad, if you got any recommendations for sci-fi movies, please tell me. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. Or a recommendation for bad science fiction films like
Yeah.
Space Mutiny.
Oh God.
You ever seen that?
No. Have you seen
Oh.
Have you seen Robot Wars? It's from like the early '90s. It's like a mecha film. It is.
Wait, no, are you talking about Robot Jocks?
I think so. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that film. It is so bad, but it's it's like the best kind of '90s cheese.
Yeah. I thought the special effects were decent in it, but yeah,
For
that
the
movie
time,
is
they were pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
they were pretty good, but it's a silly movie. Kind of ambitious to have a mech movie.
Yeah, a low budget mech movie, but they make it work. Honestly, it kind of works.
It's time to wake up says, I'm quite the movie snob. When I say it's decent, I recommend watching it. Okay.
Alright, fair enough.
But anyways,
Yeah, Killer Clowns is not my kind of movie. I'm just gonna say that. I've seen clips of it. It's not for me. That is the most diplomatic way I can put it.
I've watched it several times. It's not really a science fiction film. It's more of just an 80s horror film with a sci-fi twist to it. But it's kind of an homage to like those old 1950s, bad, movies. I like it in the fact that it's schlock, because that's what it is. It's schlock.
That's fair. That's fair, which is why, I know a lot of people love it, which is why I'm trying very hard not to denigrate.
And that's the thing. It is. That's what I'm saying. It is schlock, but it's kind of like it's just kind of. I guess it's just kind of endearing, where it's just like I don't know, it's got its fans, but yeah, it is. Yeah, it's like bad 80s movies, but it's kind of like it's found that kind of like it's one of those movies that's kind of found its fandom, and people find it endearing because it is schlock, which is kind of like a weird thing that a lot of bad movies don't get. But and I gotta say the special effects in a lot of them were actually pretty good. And side note, I know probably people are gonna bring this up. Some of the clown masks were repainted to be trolls in Ernest Scared Stupid.
Oh.
Yeah. And it's very noticeable too if you watch both movies.
I mean, speaking
definitely.
of horror, you know that the Michael Myers mask is a William Shatner.
Yeah, it's William Shatner mask, painted white. Yeah, it's like Inside Out in it also.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. It says definitely watch Threads and tell me what you think about it. The most realistic nuclear apocalypse movie. And then Daily Impeller says, I love Robot Jocks. So Cold War. Yeah. If you said bad science fiction movie, so bad it's entertaining. That's what it is. That's what I'm saying. It's one of those movies that's so bad it's good. That it's got that fandom to it, and I think I like it actually. I like it actually. Because it's goofy and it is stupid, but it's kind of like that where it's like you kind of want to watch it again because it is stupid.
Yeah.
And there's movies like that. Like everyone has those movies that they like. It's like you know it's bad, but you're like, I'm digging in anyways.
Like one of my favorite lines from Railroad Jocks is like, "What are you gonna do with that rusty old tin can? Take out the trash."
Yeah.
And it's so cheesy. I love it. I love those lines.
I think it's the same thing. But yeah, RoboJocks is a cheesy movie, but you gotta love it because it's just so bad it's good.
Yeah.
It says, Daily Impaler says, if you want an excellent modern Lovecraftian sci-fi horror film, watch The Void.
The Void. Okay.
The Void. I think I've heard of that. I'll definitely give that a try. Yeah. Yeah, as I'm saying, like if you got movie recommendations, yeah, we'll do it because like shit, I'm always down to watch something good.
Has
you know.
anyone seen Primer? Like I know, like in terms of like time travel movies, that's like a highly recommended one.
No, I don't think I've seen them. Oh man. Yeah, Space Mutiny was featured on Mystery Science Theater 3000. It's one of the movies they did, but it's got a kind of a cult following because it's just a bad movie, and the budget's so bad that they filmed inside like an old abandoned warehouse, and this old like some kind of old abandoned factory, but it's supposed to be inside of a spaceship. So it's like, I didn't know there was that many pipes and stuff and railings in a spaceship, and they do have spaceship models and spaceship battles in the movie, but the thing is they actually borrowed with permission those scenes from Battlestar Galactica.
Really?
So they borrowed action shots and models and stuff from Battlestar Galactica, yeah, with permission, and used that for like their opening sequence. And it's just like
every TV show in like the late '90s, early 2000s use the Starship Troopers uniforms. Like
yeah,
like those were everywhere. Like they were used in Firefly. They were used in Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. Even used them.
Yeah. Yeah, so they used some footage from Battlestar Galactica with permission. They paid for that. But yeah, it's such a bad movie. It's got bad continuity because like there's this scene where this one character dies, and they make this big dramatic thing about it, and then literally the next shot she's in the background on a computer, and you're like, wait a minute, didn't she just fucking eat it? Like what happened? Like wait a minute. Yeah, the continuity is all messed up, and one of the funniest jokes when Mystery Science Theater is doing it is the main hero is basically this guy who's just jacked, jacked all to shit, and so they just keep making names for him, like Flint Cut Rock, Hard Beef Stab, Jake Rockwell, like just fucking like just all these different names. Bad is relative. Again, it is, but I think a lot of people would say certain movies are so bad they're good. Nick, when I'm not being bullied, I make my opinion on Dragon Ball, and I am wrong, or you are stupid, or long hair on Vegeta looks bad.
What?
Do you even know Dragon Ball? Bah. There is no canon, really. What is everyone's favorite live-action Batman movie?
89.
I was gonna say that. I think 89 is probably my favorite one. Michael Keaton.
Like,
it's just so good.
Honestly,
it's just so
I
good.
like most of them. And
yeah.
yes, I do. Like, I think Ben Affleck is a good one. He deserved his own movie. Even the Patterson one, I think, was decent. The whole white privilege line did take me out of the movie really bad.
Yeah. See that's just come on.
It was like just so unnecessary. Like like, I get that's something her character would say, but, like, stuff like that just takes me out of the movie so bad.
Well, here's the thing: it's like we were having a relatively good time, and then someone has to bring that shit up.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Nick. I bully myself.
Alright.
You should watch Space Movie from 1992.
Oh.
No.
No! Oh!
No. No.
Captain, didn't you?
I know
Didn't you pull that prank on me once?
No. Dave. No. We know them tricks here. We know them tricks. No, I'm not watching no Space Movie from 1992. You can kiss my ass. I ain't watching that. If anybody's curious, go Google
No,
Space Movie.
Don't do it.
from
Don't do it.
1992.
Don't do it.
But
Don't
make
do it.
sure no one's around you when you do it.
Don't do it.
They
Don't
use
do it.
they used sets and themes from Dark City for The Matrix.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they literally did. It's also funny that like Dark City and The Matrix have like similar kind of setups.
Time to Wake Up says he likes Begins and The Batman.
Like, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. So I too like Begins. I don't really enjoy Dark Knight or Dark Knight Rises. I think they're just kind of boring, and also like while I enjoy Christopher Nolan, the guy tends to sniff his own farts way too much.
He insists upon himself.
Literally. Like for example, Interstellar. I enjoyed it, but you can just tell Christopher Nolan is way too like he just reeks of he thinks he's smart. Like he's not as smart as he thinks he is.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Time to Wake Up. Don't do it. I was just joking. He asked, what is the Space Movie from 1992? Don't look it up.
No.
Don't look it up.
For the love of God.
Don't look it up.
Please. Do not.
You're gonna regret it. I know you're gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna look it up anyways. Don't. You trust me. Don't. You will not like it.
Yeah, you won't.
Because it's not a space movie. It is not a space movie. And I don't know why. It always comes up with that. You better have your safe mode on.
I'm gonna remind myself. 1992.
Ask Alexa or Google about the space movie from 1992 while standing in line at the grocery store. Dave, you just want to see the world burn, you bastard.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I was like, I had to remind myself. Yeah. Please.
Yeah.
And yeah, never.
Yeah.
I will never look that up on stream.
Yeah. Dark Knight Rises is way overhyped. Dark Knight is basically just crime drama.
Yeah, and like Heath Ledger is. I like him as the Joker. I think Two-Face was criminally underused in that movie. Like he's just an afterthought. He really shouldn't even be in that movie.
No, he shouldn't have. You know who I don't like?
What?
Because I don't like them because they get parodied so often. But I really hate Bane.
I think Hardy was actually a pretty decent Bane.
Because I don't like the way he talks to the movie.
I wondered what would go first, your mind or your body.
People in the bathroom, look at me with a crab on my face.
Oh my god.
I'm Bane. And then that's the only voice they'll ever use for the Harley Quinn show.
Yeah, but they're just kind of taking the piss out. So.
Oh, I know they are taking a piss, and that show
by
is
the way,
a piss.
I love this moment from this game. This is so good. You know, your old suit. That is so cool.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's literally the Super Metroid suit.
Are you playing the Game Boy game?
Yeah, Fusion.
Okay, I thought you were playing the Super Metroid for Sega.
Yeah, I decided like I wanted to do something different.
Okay, so I haven't been paying attention.
It's fine.
I just keep looking up and seeing Metroid. I just didn't know. I gotta play Fusion. I really do. I need to play the GBA games.
You do know that Dread is a sequel to Fusion, right?
I do know that, and I really need to play Dread. I only get so far, and then I don't play it.
Yeah, I need to give that game another shot.
Because I keep getting pounced on, and I keep getting pissed off, and I stop playing the game.
Oh god, I can't wait for Metroid Prime 4. Oh god.
I need to play through Remastered again. I got halfway and then I stopped.
I need to buy it again. I need to admit that. But yeah, yeah. I deserve that. I deserve it. For those who don't know, Caster sometimes sends me free stuff. And one of those was Metroid Prime 4. And when I got rid of my
Remastered,
when I got rid of my Switch collection the first time, that was part of it. It's a big reason why, like, I'm not gonna sell my Switch Lite, even if I do get a Switch 2, because Cassie was kind enough to send me Switch Lite, and I am very grateful. Thank you. Which I still do have the Switch Lite, Caster, by the way. You would kill me if I sold that thing, rightfully so.
Yeah, I actually would, yeah. And yes, Caster does have spare consoles, like, just lying around. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
But,
No, I'm probably gonna get a Switch 2. Because it just, I don't know, I have a feeling, like, the consoles will be on parity with modern.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Nothing wrong with the approach to The Dark Knight. Many of the best Batman stories are essentially pulp crime dramas. Rises was disappointing largely because of the half-assed comic booky approach.
Well, Rises is weird because it's like a mixture of Nightfall and No Man's Land. It doesn't really succeed either. Like, he breaks his back and he solves it by doing push-ups.
Yeah. Zelda movie. Will it live up to the 1993 live-action Super Mario Brothers movie?
I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine.
I think Miyamoto will be there.
Tom Holland will voice Link. I'm calling it now. And Zendaya will voice Zelda.
Zendaya will play Zelda. They'll do live action. She'll play Zelda.
Oh god. Watch, they'll do
No,
it.
what they'll do is, here's the thing. Like, okay, for any flaws it may have, the Mario movie is a good movie. Okay.
And it could have been a lot worse.
It could have been a lot worse. So for anybody who has critiques of the Mario movie, put yourself into perspective. We could have been fucked really bad.
And
but
I'm just gonna say it. I do enjoy the '92 Mario movie. I find it to be enjoyable.
I enjoy it too because to me it's also so bad it's good.
Yeah, agreed.
And I was there 3,000 years ago when it happened. Okay.
All right, Elrod.
Yeah. Let me switch here. I gotta switch headsets because mine's about to die. Hold on.
Yep, so Caster will return. In the meantime, you just got me. How's everyone tonight? All right, let me read what you got for us, Chuck. Oh gosh. Even Chuck Dixon doesn't care for Hardy's Bane. Yeah. I bet,
All right.
I bet Graham Nolan doesn't either. You know, because like Graham was one of the guys, like one of the big guys for Bane. Yeah, have you seen Graham Nolan? That dude is freaking jacked. What's the comment saying?
Trust the fungus.
Yes, that is what you must do.
He had the magic guy in prison punch him in the back to heal his broken spine. I mean, that's how medicine works, right? Like you just stretch someone's back out and they get. I mean, that's what happened to Mr. Incredible, right? You just stretch their back out and they're fine, right? I don't. I'm just taking a piss.
Yeah.
I remember I did something stupid back in June.
You did? What'd you do?
Black Label, you okay, man? Because I feel like we're having 3 different conversations with you.
Yeah. I mean, he's a Reaper King. He's allowed to be non-technical.
I'm pretty sure that the Super Mario Brothers 1993 movie production was a shit show.
Oh, it was.
I've seen it.
Fair vibe.
I've seen. Oh yeah. All the behind the scenes stuff was amazing, amazingly bad.
Yeah.
I've seen a video on it. The shenanigans ensued. That shit was fucking crazy.
I have too.
That shit was fucking amazing. Like, it's legendary of like how much of a shit show that was, and it's amazing that movie got made anyways.
Yeah.
I didn't like that. Bane. He wasn't Bane. That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't like. I like Tom Hardy. I didn't like Tom Hardy's Bane.
I mean, one thing I did appreciate that this Bane was a little bit smarter.
Oh yeah.
Because like there's like this big tendency to like make Bane be like a big dumb idiot, but the dude's actually kind of smart.
No, Bane's actually intelligent. Yeah, Super Mario Brothers 1993 is fun, but it could have been great. It feels like a Tim Burton movie that doesn't want to commit to what it is.
Oh God, yeah. I can see that.
I mean, I don't know. They had no idea what the hell they were doing. I don't think
The directors
Bob
themselves,
Hoskins.
like nobody on set was really a Super Mario Brothers fan.
I don't think Bob Hoskins knew what the hell he was even into.
Bob
Like
Hoskins
he was.
plastered the entire time.
That's what I'm saying. He was like, Super Mario, what the fuck is this shit? Like, it's a video game? What the hell's a video game? You know? And John Leguizamo was just happy to be there because he was in a movie.
Yeah, I do love how he tried to come out and be like, they didn't cast Latinas for Mario Brothers. Like, have you played the games, sir?
I didn't know Luigi was a Puerto Rican name. I guess whatever.
I guess.
I didn't know. I thought Luigi was Italian, but I guess he's Hispanic.
Depending on depending on the scriptwriter, I guess.
Yeah, I like the story. I like the story of one of the directors burning an extra by throwing hot coffee. Yes, yes, that's an awesome story. I remember. I forgot who it was, but I do remember hot coffee was thrown on somebody. I couldn't remember who the hell it was, and I know that Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo were plastered during that fucking movie. Like they both were just like, fuck it. I think what it was Bob Hoskins said fuck it, and John Leguizamo said, you know what, this is how you get to the big leagues. So he copied him, was like, I'm gonna be drunk too, because that's what this famous actor's doing.
Trust the hop.
Yeah, trust the hop. Didn't they do a Bane arc on the Batman, the animated series from 3,000 years ago?
I know he was on there.
Yeah.
They actually did some cool stuff with Bane on Batman Beyond.
All right, I never told you. I told Master though he wasn't happy about it. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So it is
Oh
past
God!
midnight, and we're,
Oh God! Let me get to the next save room. Then oh God, I just kind of I lost track of time. I'm sorry.
but hey, you know, time flies when you're having fun with these wonderful people in our chat.
Yeah. Oh wait, there's literally a save room down there. I have to do this boss room. Oh God.
Well, I'm gonna make me a snack and watch me some Animus after this.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right.
And preferably take a piss too, because I gotta go.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, there's a save room down here. We'll take care of this real quick.
Yeah.
Alright.
I gotta say, this has probably been the most engaging chat we've had. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe like next stream we should just do like a hangout, like another emulation thing or whatever. What's Dave got for us?
If they committed to a hard PG-13 approach instead of the goofiness, it would be remembered much more fondly. Tim Burton didn't really know anything about Batman either.
Yeah. Yeah, and Tim Burton definitely committed to his thing. So, thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you, Caster. Thank you, Sharon. Tomorrow, me and Caster will be doing extra credit plays. Just want to thank our members, Jason Ingram, JB, and Jared from Comics League. Tomorrow we're doing extra credits. We'll be talking about the Doom with our boy Lug. And if Lug's not available, just beat me and Caster. Then
Alrighty.
On Monday, me and Jared will be talking about fandoms within comics and how we all just need to get along. But thank you everyone for joining us. And remember, I can